Chapter 502. After walking around the Northwind Tower, it was getting late. Sulen was thinking about who he should talk to tonight about the truth of magic. Hathaway was still in seclusion, and Karina was busy absorbing bloodstones to purify her bloodline. Alex should be in the eagle's nest. That left Phyllis and Chrissy. After thinking for a while, Sulen decided to study with Chris today. When he thought of the succubus, Sulen thought of the two little horns on her head. Compared to the reins, the steering wheel was much better. Besides, the succubus had both the reins and the steering wheel. Phyllis would have to wait until she awakened more of her red dragon bloodline and grew out her dragon horns before she could compete with Chrissy. After making up his mind, Sulen did not waste any more time. He turned around and went to study with Chrissy. An eagle descended from the sky and landed in a remote courtyard in the city. An ordinary-looking young man removed the bamboo tube tied to the eagle's leg and carefully opened it. After examining it, his expression changed slightly. He immediately put the tube back together and hurriedly went to the eagle house to pick the strongest eagle. After tying the bamboo tube properly, he took out some fresh meat and fed it. When the eagle was full, the young man immediately released it. The eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. After circling in the sky once, it flew in the direction of Northtown City. A group of people in black robes rushed out of the passage. They were all wrapped in black robes. Their eyes were as red as blood, and there was a hint of madness in them. "Stop these people! The ceremony to sacrifice to our master must not be interrupted. Our master will grant us eternal life and power." The people in black robes were completely unafraid of death. They shouted loudly and blocked the path of Hunter and the other knights. There were all kinds of people in this group. Not only were there powerful servants, there were also demon warlocks with strange means. There were also men, women, and children. The only thing they had in common was that they were completely unafraid of death. They were all expressionless and used their lives to stop the knights from approaching. "This is not good. These people are crazy. Be careful." Seeing the frenzied crowd, Hunter, Spencer, and the others were shocked. These people had all worshipped the devil and obtained the devil's power. Their strength varied, but they all had one thing in common: they were not afraid of death. A gloomy and cold aura enveloped the surroundings. This aura was filled with madness, bloodlust, and destruction. It constantly stimulated the wills of these knights. This power suppressed the knights' hearts and imperceptibly weakened their strength. Evil spirit energy. A strange aura swept across, and all of the knights instantly felt a gloomy and cold energy. This energy made their bodies feel heavy, and a chaotic murmur sounded in their ears. It was very uncomfortable. Even though they were warriors with strong wills and had been through hundreds of battles, some of them gradually became confused. "This is the whisper of a demon. Cover your ears." Knight Hunter yelled at the top of his lungs. The roar immediately woke up the confused knights, but the fallen ones would not let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. They launched an attack one after another. Two knights who had just recovered from their daze were hacked to death by the surrounding fallen ones as soon as they raised their heads. "Gain!" A knight next to him roared and rushed forward. A cold light flashed, and the head of one of the fallen ones was chopped off. The two knights next to him cooperated well and killed a few of the fallen ones around them in an instant. The knight picked Gain up and covered his bleeding wound with one hand. He quickly poured potions into his companion's mouth with the other hand. However, this kind of serious injury could only be healed by a high-grade wizard or a powerful priest. Ordinary potions were useless. "Don't waste it. Give this to Tia." The knight's powerful physique prevented him from dying on the spot. The knight named Guyan grabbed his hand tightly and spoke with great difficulty. After seeing that the knight had agreed to his request, the knight lowered his hand and looked at the mottled amulet in his hand silently. Then he gently placed it on the ground. "Don't worry, Gain. I will avenge you. Kill all these sons of bitches." The knight did not have time to be sad. As an elite knight who had experienced hundreds of battles, he had seen too many deaths. However, when he saw his companion die, his heart was still filled with anger and sadness. This was his best friend, who had saved his life twice on the battlefield. His son was only 3 years old. Javelins. Crossbows. Quick! The fierce battle did not give them any time to be sad. Faced with so many fallen ones, they could only keep fighting. This kind of hull was perfect for arrows and javelins. These fallen ones had nowhere to hide. Bush, 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 bush. Javelins flew out and pierced through the chests of the fallen ones. The small crossbows were activated, and the fine iron arrows pierced through the bodies of the fallen ones. The arrows and javelins turned into shadows, and the fallen ones were killed in an instant. The surrounding knights also put down their crossbows and rushed forward again. Head Knight Hunter took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. A gust of wind element immediately surrounded him, and his body became extremely light. Even his heavy armor became as light as a feather. Gale Potion. It was a powerful magic potion that could slightly increase the user's strength and speed after use. Head Knight Hunter's speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. He shot out like a ghost, and at this moment he was even faster than the rogues who focused on speed. Blood splattered in the air, and the fallen ones who were not afraid of death fell one after another. All of the enemies were killed in one hit. Quick, charge. The ritual is almost complete. We have to stop them. Spencer waved his sword and rushed forward. The other knights followed closely behind. The knights were very familiar with each other. Their formation was already broken by Head Knight Hunter, and now they were being crushed by the other knights. The whole castle was covered by a cold, evil, and chaotic energy. This energy was constantly affecting the others, and it was constantly attacking the knights' consciousness. The whispers of demons sounded in their ears, and many of the knights showed a painful expression. Head Knight Hunter made a prompt decision. You guys stay outside. Spencer and I will go in. If the two of us can't handle it, you guys run for your lives. You must send the message back. After a round of fighting, the fallen ones were all dead. There was no one in front of them, and they quickly rushed inside. Bang! The gorgeous wooden door was smashed into pieces, and a strong smell of blood filled their noses. That direction, quick! Spencer immediately identified the direction where the smell of blood was coming from. He then pointed at a tunnel not far away. Head Knight Hunter did not stop and quickly rushed into the passage. After another door was smashed, a gloomy altar appeared in front of them. The ground was covered with sticky blood, and the surrounding walls were covered with horrifying paintings. Demons were laughing in the sky, and many fallen ones were offering sacrifices to them. These demons used all kinds of methods to kill the sacrifices and then enjoyed the flesh and blood of the sacrifices. The whole hall was filled with red light. When they entered, a strong smell of negative energy mixed with the smell of sulfur, and the whispers of the demons around them became more serious. On the altar was a pile of human organs, and the two knights frowned. Ha! You're too late. Master has arrived. Offer your flesh, blood, and soul. Become Master's food, and I will receive the power and eternal life bestowed upon me by my Master. You dogs, I will kill you little by little, and that damn king, I will cut off his flesh and feed it to the dogs. I will take back everything I've lost. A noble laughed crazily. He had a handsome face, and although he looked to be in his 40s, he was still very charming. He was wearing a black priest's robe, and he looked at the altar crazily. A teleportation gate quickly took shape on the altar. The dark red gate looked as if it had been dyed in blood. Immediately after, a ferocious arm covered in scales reached out from the gate. A strong evil energy instantly covered the whole hall. Even though they were warriors who had been through hundreds of battles, they still felt very depressed when faced with this aura. Ah, the Master has arrived. I am your most loyal servant, Brent. Please grant me great power and eternal life. The middle-aged noble immediately knelt on the altar and prayed crazily. His expression was as if he was on a pilgrimage. Great Master, you will be the master of this world. All enemies will cry at your feet. Master! At this time, an ugly head came out of the portal. He waved his arm and grabbed the man's head directly. Then, a large amount of blood and flesh were extracted. The handsome noble in front of him was turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. The essence of the flesh and blood made the portal expand again, and it became more than 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The demon had 2 goat-like horns on its head, and it looked ugly. Only half of its body was exposed, but the 2 knights felt a strong sense of oppression. The portal was more than 3 meters tall, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Hunter rushed forward without hesitation, but it was obviously too late. The demon forced its way out of the portal. Human. Flesh and soul. Material plane. Haha, I'm here. Chapter 503. Northern Town. Su Lin climbed out of bed energetically after a night of being a knight. The battle last night did not affect him at all. His reputation as the Thunderstorm Spear King was not undeserved. The arrival of the new apprentices made the Northern Wind Tower a little busy. Fortunately, they were already experienced, so it was not a problem for them to deal with it. There was another important matter in Northern Town for the next 2 days, and that was the spring plowing. Northern Town was located in the northern wasteland. Winter was long, and spring came 1 or 2 months later than other provinces. That was why spring plowing only began at this time. As an agricultural country, spring plowing was a very important event. In some countries, the king would personally plow the fields to announce the start of spring plowing. Although Northern Town's event was not as exaggerated, it was still necessary to hold a grand ceremony. With the help of Angela and Annie, Su Lun put on a hunting suit and then rode the Pegasus to the central square with his guards. At this time, the central square was crowded with people. The arrival of spring plowing made the whole city vibrant. Spring plowing was the hope of everyone in Northern Town. It was the lifeblood of the farmers. The grand celebration made Northern Town City look very lively. The caravans from all over the world could feel the joy and prosperity here. The solemn statues, the neat and clean roads, the blooming flowers on both sides of the roads, the beautiful fountains in the parks and squares, and the energetic citizens of Northern Town City. Children were running quickly with simple toys in their hands. A group of dwarves were cheering loudly with wine glasses raised high in the air. Young girls were singing and dancing in the crowd. On the other side of the square, there were many half-elves performing. From time to time, a beautiful magic firework would rise. Powerful warriors wearing excellent armor and weapons could be seen in every corner of the city. There were even drows among these warriors. The merchants who came here were greatly shocked. They followed the crowd and walked on the streets, feeling the prosperity and vitality of the city. As merchants who often traveled to different cities, they were basically knowledgeable. It was not that they had never seen a city that was more prosperous than Northern Town. However, in terms of cleanliness, no city could compare to Northern Town. It wasn't just the streets. Even the commoners in the city were the same. The commoners here were completely different from the commoners they had seen in other places. In other cities, including the capital cities of powerful kingdoms, the commoners were still sickly and dispirited. Their clothes were tattered and emitted a foul smell. Their hair was messy, and there were even lice and other insects crawling around. Their clothes were dirty and messy, and they looked lethargic. Their eyes were apathetic, and there wasn't a hint of vitality in them. The citizens of Northern Town City had completely broken their understanding of the common people. Although their clothes were tattered, they were very clean. Everyone's hair was very clean. They looked very energetic, and there was no smell on them. What surprised them even more was that their eyes were full of hope. They loved life, and they were very supportive of their lord. They were full of vitality. In other cities, very few nobles would allow such a large-scale celebration. Most of them would only celebrate in the noble district. If they were in a good mood, they would give out some black bread to the citizens. That way, they would be praised as a kind lord. Most of them would not even care about the lives of the citizens. This spring plowing celebration was hosted by Su Lun in person. Not only the officials of the North Town City, but also many caravans that had trade relations with the North Town City were invited. Of course, there were more merchants who didn't have invitations. The news of Northern Town City building a wizard tower and having a legendary wizard had already spread across the human kingdoms. It had even begun to spread across the entire continent. Many merchants and nobles had heard that Northern Town City was recruiting wizard apprentices. They all hoped that their children could come here to study. Ever since the elemental tide had arrived, the chances of children awakening their wizard talent had obviously increased. As the elemental tide became stronger, more and more children would awaken their wizard talent. Most of the sorcerer organizations on the continent only recruited students once every 10 years. The last time they recruited students was only 3 years ago. Even the most recent recruitment date for a sorcerer academy was 5 years later. Many children who had awakened their potential to become a sorcerer couldn't wait that long. The best time to train a magus was between the ages of 10 to 16. After this time, the difficulty of becoming an official magus would increase by several times. The nobles were not willing to let their children waste this opportunity. At the same time, after the situation in Northern Town City had completely stabilized, many mercenaries and adventurers had started to make a living here. Mercenaries and adventurers sounded nice, and they often appeared in the epic stories told by traveling poets. However, what was the reality? Most of these people were poor. They had no land and no jobs. They were only slightly better off than slaves. When they heard that gold was everywhere in Northern Town City, they all came to make a fortune. Some of them joined the army of Northern Town City and applied to become citizens of the city. Some of them wanted to make a fortune and started to explore the wasteland. In order to become a citizen of Northgard City, one had to accumulate a certain amount of merit points before they could join. As long as they fought bravely on the battlefield, they would be granted citizenship within half a year to a year. Furthermore, they would be rewarded handsomely. The lowest monthly salary for regular soldiers in Northgard City was 1 gold coin. As one's power and position increased, so did their salary. Other than the salary, Northern Town City would also give them land and houses. After they had served for a certain number of years, they could buy these properties for 1/3 of the original price. As long as they worked hard in the army for a few years and did not gamble, these soldiers would become the middle class of Northern Town City. As for the lower-ranking officers, they were already richer than many knights. However, it was not easy to become a soldier in Northern Town City. Sulen had strict requirements for the army. They had to have a clean background and know how to be grateful. Those who were cunning and unruly would not pass the inspection. Sulen did not want to raise a bunch of ungrateful bastards. In the central square of the town, the grand celebration had begun. The entire square had turned into a sea of joy. Sulen had a simple meeting with the nobles and merchants. He then began to enjoy the beautiful dance of the half-elves. Magic fireworks bloomed beautifully in the sky. At this moment, in the distant sky, an eagle quickly flew over. The eagle circled in the sky and landed in a building beside the inner city barracks. A few minutes later, a messenger rushed out. The dance of the half-elves originated from the elves. It was more beautiful than the dance of humans. Sulen was mesmerized by the dance. He had already thought of a few poses in his mind. He was going to try it out with his 2 maids at night. Before he could decide which pose to use first, a messenger hurried over under the lead of a guard. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent military situation," he said as he handed over a letter. Sulen immediately came back to his senses. He took the letter and began to read it. His expression changed slightly. He said to the officials, "Continue the celebration. Let's go." He then left with the guard. Sulen did not return to the palace. Instead, he went straight to the wizard tower. He found Hathaway, who was reading at the astrology station. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Seeing Sulen's expression, Hathaway also realized that something big had happened. Traces of demons have been found in Tarbets province, south of Florence. Sulen handed the letter to Hathaway. "Demons?" Hathaway frowned. "Was it done by the fallen?" "Yes." Sulen nodded. Some nobles were unwilling to lose. They chose to cooperate with the fallen to slaughter the villagers and sacrifice them to summon demons. So far, at least 6 villages have been massacred. Thousands of people have been killed. With so many souls and flesh sacrificed, there is a high chance of summoning a high-grade demon or even a legendary demon. I need you to help me teleport there. No problem. Hathaway nodded. I'll set the coordinates first. You get ready. A legendary demon is not easy to deal with. Do you want to bring a few more people? Or you can give me a coordinate, and I'll open the portal and directly kill the demon with the particle cannon. Get ready. If the demon is not easy to deal with, I'll inform you through telepathy and then open the portal for a super long-range attack. The Northwind Tower could not fly now, and weapons like the particle cannon could only attack in a straight line. The limit of attack on the ground was 50 kilometers. If they wanted to attack a target thousands of kilometers away, they could only open the portal in advance and attack when the enemy locked on in advance. This tactic required Sullen's cooperation to lock on the target's position at close range, open the portal, and then let the high-energy beam from the particle cannon pass through. This kind of high-energy beam would affect the stability of the portal and cause some deviation. It needed to be corrected in advance. If the cooperation was not good, it was easy to miss the target. If the enemy discovered it in advance, it would be easy to avoid, so Su Lin also needed to restrict the enemy's movement. Generally, if the enemy was not too difficult to deal with, Su Lin would not call for this kind of heavenly justice. Hathaway's teleportation spell was more powerful than Sullen's, but this kind of long-distance teleportation without coordinates would have a lot of errors. It was normal for it to be offset by dozens of kilometers. If they could create the eye of the sky in the future and send it to the sky, they could try to accurately teleport. It was said that in the era of the ancient gods created a rainbow bridge that could connect to any place in the multiverse. No one knew if this legend was true or not. Chapter 504. In the era of the ancient gods, there were many magical things. The rainbow bridge was one of them. It could be used to teleport between planes. It was very powerful, but it disappeared later. Where's Chris? Bring her there, Hathaway said as she calculated the coordinates. I've already informed her. She'll be here soon, Su Lin said. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chris hurried over. What's the hurry? After fighting for half the night, she was planning to sleep in and rest. However, Su Lin sent someone to inform her that there was something important. I just received a message from the embroidered uniform guard. They found someone summoning a demon in the southern provinces of Florence. According to speculation, it's at least a high-level demon. It might even be a legendary demon. A legendary demon? Chris was slightly stunned. She was now close to the legendary level and knew how destructive a legendary demon was. She also knew the demon's desire to destroy. If the legendary demon was allowed to move freely, the damage would be shocking. Then we must hurry over, Chris said. I've already asked Hathaway to prepare. We'll teleport directly when the time comes, Su Lin said. With the help of the tower spirit, Hathaway quickly calculated the approximate coordinates of the southern Tabbats province. She then connected Milky Way to the elemental pool and activated the teleportation portal on the astrology platform. Soon, a powerful energy wave came and a teleportation portal appeared in front of them. Su Lin nodded at Hathaway and took Chris directly into the portal. After passing through the portal, Su Lin and Chris appeared in midair. To prevent the teleportation from reaching the bottom line, Hathaway set the coordinates at a high altitude, so the two were directly teleported into midair. Su Lin had expected this. With a flash of light, the two floated in midair. Su Lin looked around and soon saw a city about a dozen kilometers away from them. Let's enter the city first. There should be a stronghold of the embroidered uniform guard in the city. Let them scout for information and find the demon. Su Lin said. Then let's go. The two of them weren't slow. After about 10 minutes, they appeared near the city. They didn't enter through the city gate. Su Lin and the other man used invisibility to descend from the sky. The stronghold of the embroidered uniform guards was very hidden. However, they would report to the higher-ups after establishing a stronghold. Su Lin had already checked the information before coming, so he naturally knew the location of the embroidered uniform guards. After observing for a while in the air, Su Lin quickly found the location of the embroidered uniform guard's base. He then brought Chris directly to the embroidered uniform guard's base. Who's there? As Su Lin and Roland removed their invisibility spell, The embroidered uniform guards in the stronghold immediately noticed them. "You're quite vigilant." Su Len nodded at the few Imperial secret guards who rushed over. "Your Majesty?" After seeing Sullen's appearance clearly, one of the embroidered uniform guards turned pale with fright. Then he reacted and prepared to salute. All right, there's no time for you to bow. Where's the information you've gathered about that demon? Report to me first." Su Len waved his hand and stopped them. The embroidered uniform guard hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty has just received news that the demon that appeared this time is very likely to be at the legendary level. Just yesterday, Night Hunter's team encountered that demon. If not for the timely arrival of the priests and paladins of the temple, they would have been completely wiped out. In the end, after paying a heavy price, the knights and the priests retreated." "Where is that demon now?" Su Len asked. "The latest news is that the demon went south after leaving Brent Castle. Since yesterday, priests and paladins of the temple have been constantly sending reinforcements. That demon hasn't caused much damage." The embroidered uniform guard quickly relayed the news. Su nodded, then said, "Who is familiar with the terrain here? Come with me. This legendary demon is a bomb in the material world. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Kurd, come here." The embroidered uniform guard waved his hand. A young man with a thin and weak body and an ordinary appearance walked forward. However, his eyes were extremely lively. "Your Majesty, this is Kurd, a rogue. He's good at gathering information. He's very familiar with the terrain around Harvest City." "Yes, Your Majesty, I'm familiar with the surroundings," the skinny young man said with a fawning expression. "All right, it's you. We'll go now. You lead the way." Su Len didn't stop. With a flash of light, the three figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already outside the city. Kurd was shocked when he saw the completely different scenery around him. He was even more in awe of His Majesty. "Kurd, what do you think we should do next?" Su Len looked around and asked. "Your Majesty, that demon went to a town in the south. We'll follow this road. After passing through 2 villages, we'll head west," Kurd said quickly. "All right, let's go." With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew and lifted the 3 of them up. Then, they quickly flew into the distance. In order to deal with the demon and save magic power, Su Len used the power of the Wind Dragon flag. Now, Su Len could completely control the Wind Dragon flag. According to the grade, this Wind Dragon flag was also a legendary creation. This legendary item was a group battle type. The lightning storm it came with could easily destroy an army. The attack range was very wide. Of course, this legendary item also had its shortcomings. If the attack range was large, the power would be reduced. The single target attack power was average. However, for Su Len, this wasn't a problem at all. He could deal with single target attacks by himself. If he really couldn't, he could summon Hathaway to attack from a distance. What he lacked was a large-scale attack spell. It was the skill to clear the field in the game. After the buff of Fly, the 3 of them were very fast. They didn't have to dodge or take a detour in the sky. So, under Kurd's guidance, the 3 of them quickly flew forward. Let's go back one day. In the southern plains, in a dark forest, a small group of mysterious people in black robes was moving forward quickly. They were strong and had cold faces. There was also some negative energy surrounding them. These mysterious people had smeared some special spices on their bodies. The mosquitoes and animals in the forest stayed away from them. Soon, this group of people arrived at an abandoned altar. "High Priest, everyone is here," a black-robed person said respectfully. Soon, the crowd separated to the left and right. A figure covered in a cloak walked out. She reached out and took off her cloak. A curvaceous body appeared. The loose robe couldn't hide her charm. Her slender waist was tied with a white belt, forming an amazing arc. This woman's face was extremely beautiful. Her face was sharp, and her chin went down to her white neck. On the top of her head, there were 2 sharp protrusions that looked like a pair of small horns. She wore an extremely gorgeous and sexy priest robe under the cloak. The priest robe had a slit at the waist, revealing her beautiful white legs. But the people around her didn't dare to look. That Brent has succeeded in summoning the demon? Yes, Your Excellency High Priest. What's the reaction of the temple? The temple has sent priests and paladins to deal with it. The priestess nodded. How's our manpower? It's all ready, a black-robed person said. Then he hesitated. Your Excellency High Priest, the demon summoned this time is a legendary demon. Our operation this time will be greatly affected. The coquettish priestess snorted. It's just a demon that likes to kill and destroy. With the temples dealing with him, he won't have time to pay attention to us. And a legendary demon will be even more powerful. As long as we succeed, I can immediately advance to legendary. Do it. When he's weakened, we'll immediately use the altar to seize his power. More than a dozen black-robed people scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were beginning to prepare. The priestess in the lead led the others to the area around the altar. While the others were busy, the priestess looked into the distance. In her eyes, there was a strange light. There was a desire, a sense of awe and fear. But soon, her eyes became determined. The elemental tide has begun. A new era has arrived. As the high priest of the Church of the Soul Snatchers, I must succeed this time. A group of temple knights was running quickly in the wilderness. The horses under them were already panting and sweating. But the knights had no intention of slowing down. Instead, they sped up and whipped their mounts. If this continued, the horses would be crippled. Han, how far are we? The knight in the lead asked. Soon, it's in the small town ahead. We have to get there as soon as possible. This time, those rats summoned a legendary demon. We paid a great price to keep him here. Those damn rats. Don't let me catch them. Otherwise, I'll send them to the gallows. Night Hunter was the one who found out about this. He tracked Baron Brent to his castle. By the time he broke in, that damned bastard had already completed the summoning ritual and sacrificed thousands of people to the summoning ritual. When this mission is over, I'll teach those nobles a lesson. Also, we have to keep an eye on the other nobles. We don't have to do anything. That king won't let them go. He's known for his ruthlessness. He's also very powerful. And it's said that he has a legendary wizard as his wife. Those nobles are going to be in trouble this time. The knight gloated. Chapter 505. Southern Plains, Blue Lake Town. Blue Lake Town was a famous wealthy town in the Southern Plains. The land was fertile, the climate was pleasant, and there was a large lake next to the town. The lake water was clear and sparkling, and it looked like a huge sapphire from afar. Hence the name Blue Lake, and the town was also called Blue Lake City. Because the town was located on the lakeside, there was plenty of water, and there was a bumper harvest every year. The Blue Lake was rich in fish, and the production of all kinds of aquatic products was high. The taxes of this town were comparable to a small city. But now, this famous town in the south had fallen into a sea of fire. In the center of the town, a tall demon covered in flames was wantonly destroying everything. Around him, more than a dozen warriors and priests were constantly attacking him. Divine spells fell from the sky onto the fiend's body, but the power of these divine spells was limited. Flame Whip. A flaming whip suddenly flew out and instantly entangled a temple knight. The priests and paladins around launched attacks one after another, trying to force the demon to dodge. However, the demon roared. Order! Intimidate! A strong light flashed from the demon, and then quickly swept across the battlefield. The people besieging the demon suddenly felt their minds go blank, and their bodies involuntarily stagnated for a moment. Taking advantage of the gap, the Baylor waved his arm, and the flame whip instantly tightened. He directly pulled the entangled warrior over, and with the other hand he held a huge beheading sword and instantly slashed. Blood splattered everywhere, and with a scream, the temple paladin was cut in two by the beheading sword. After the fiend finished the beheading, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He brandished the beheading sword and slashed at the nearest paladin. Holy impact! Purify evil! Protect evil! Rays of light flew out as the demon's attack pierced through the many magic barriers and continued to sweep towards the temple knight. The temple knight who was attacked swung his sword horizontally. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as he was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a dozen divine spells attacked him. Although none of the priests, temple knights, or paladins had reached the legendary rank, the demon's power was suppressed in the main material plane. He didn't want to face these attacks head-on, so he could only give up. Summon the devil. Evil light flickered as a powerful evil aura erupted from the demon's body. In the next second, several figures appeared out of thin air. It was the 4 Vrock demons. As soon as these Vrocks appeared, they charged towards the temple knights. They were already having a hard time dealing with the Vrocks, and with the addition of 4 Vrocks, the situation became even more dangerous. At this critical moment, 4 rays of divine light descended from the sky and instantly hit the 4 flow demons. Expel! The messy sound of hooves could be heard as a dozen clerics rushed over, their faces covered in dust. Seeing that the situation was critical, he immediately cast a spell to provide support. As the 4 divine lights descended, the aggressive stone Vrock froze and began to fade away as the world rejected them. The Vrock struggled to stay in the prime material plane, but they couldn't resist the repulsive force and were sent back to the abyss in the blink of an eye. The slight advantage that they had just gained was instantly nullified. More importantly, the temple's reinforcements had arrived. The temple's members, who were barely holding on, had their strength doubled after the reinforcements arrived. What was even more precarious was that the situation had instantly stabilized. The battle was in a stalemate once again. A powerful evil force came from afar. Su Luan sensed this force from afar. This evil force full of death, slaughter, and chaos was constantly destroying the surroundings. The chaotic and intense energy fluctuations came from afar. Su Luan didn't directly use a transmission spell to go there. After putting Kurud down, he and Chrissy sped up and flew there. When Su Luan arrived at the battlefield, he found that the situation was out of his expectations. On the battlefield, a powerful Baylor was roaring in anger. The entire battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. The Baylor and the fire deity had some similarities. Their true forms were like monsters that were burning with raging flames all over their bodies. Their flesh and blood had been transformed into elements. Wherever the Baylor passed by, it would soon become dry land. Along the way, the Baylor left withered and cracked wounds on the ground. This was the damage and interference caused by its own power to the material plane. Where it invaded, the fertile land would become permanently barren, and the evil force would pollute the land. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't expelled or killed as soon as possible, it could completely turn the surrounding land into a dry and barren abyss. Baylor, legendary demon, large demon life, interdimensional creature, chaos, interdimensional, evil, divine creature, challenge rating, 21. A high-level demon from the abyss. He was very familiar with the evil, destruction, slaughter, and chaos aura. It was very similar to the evil gods and ancient abominations. The abyss was an extremely chaotic and evil place. There were many types of demons here. New species of demons were born almost every day. This was the embodiment of the evil and chaos of the multiverse. It was completely opposite to the good and orderly planes like Mountain Paradise. The original ruler of the abyss was the Orbis demons. These Orbis demons were born directly from the origin of chaos and destruction. They were also the first natives of the abyss. They were the descendants of the chaos demons and had once ruled the abyss for a long time. However, although these Orbis demons were powerful, their numbers were far less than the number of demons today. In the war with the Order Ancient Gods, the Orbis demons had always been suppressed. Until one day the Orbis demons discovered humans. Before the order of the multiverse was perfected, many lost human souls would enter the abyss. The Orbis demons were very interested in human souls. So they used their chaotic power to transform these souls and finally created the second generation of demons, the Tana Re-demons. However, compared to the Orbis demons, the Tana Re-demons were weak. The Orbis demons used these Tana re-demons as cannon fodder and slaves. However, as time passed, the number of Tana re-demons increased, and their strength gradually increased. In the end, the Tana re-demons killed the Orbis demons and became the new rulers of the Abyss. Now, many demon lords in the Abyss were also Tana re-demons. The Baylor demons were the strongest of the Tana re-demons. They inherited the power of chaos and fire. Even in the Abyss, the Baylor demons were second only to the demon lords. They were also one of the few high-level demons born with divinity. This monster was one of the most powerful demons in the Abyss. If they were in the Abyss, with the bonus of the Abyss power, their challenge rating would reach level 26. If it were not for the suppression of energy and the suppression of the power of the plane, this Baylor demon would have killed all the temple knights, priests, and paladins. In the ruins, there was a huge monster that was burning with raging flames. It had a pair of demon horns and a pair of wide demon wings on its back. However, it was basically useless in this narrow underground ruin. The Baylor demon was more than 12 feet tall and weighed more than 5,000 pounds. It held a huge abyssal beheading sword in its hand, which was burning with flames. The Baylor demon was also a high-level demon that could fight with 2 weapons. Its other weapon was the level +3 abyssal flame whip. However, at this time, the Baylor demon did not seem to be having a good time. There were more than 20 clerics attacking it. At the same time, these clerics cooperated with each other and used their energy to form pale golden chains that wrapped around the Baylor demon. These chains wrapped around the Baylor demon's arms, wings, and legs. Under the Baylor demon's struggle, the chains kept breaking, but soon, new chains were condensed. The clerics wanted to forcibly seal the Baylor demon. The clerics looked miserable. Many of them had burns on their bodies. Compared to the Baylor demon, these clerics looked exhausted. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Seeing this, Su Len did not continue to watch. Powerful thunder energy gushed out of his body, and the storm halberd surrounded by endless thunder energy appeared in his hand. Damn mortals! The Baylor demon roared, and the pale golden chains that bound its body instantly tightened. The flames on the Baylor demon's body burst out in an instant. A powerful evil energy swept across, and the originally tight golden chains collapsed under this power. Seeing the collapsed chains, the clerics' faces changed drastically. They wanted to bind the Baylor demon again, but these clerics who were almost out of energy had no time to repair the chains. A flaming whip more than 10 meters long swept towards them with a whistling wind. The exhausted clergy were unable to resist and were about to be killed. At this time, there was a thunderclap in the sky. Dazzling lightning flashed, and a figure wrapped in countless lightning bolts appeared in the path of the flame whip. Su Lun had no intention of dodging, and directly brandished the storm halberd to hack at the flame whip. Pale blue lightning appeared. The flame whip was directly knocked away. The power of the flame on it dimmed instantly and then gradually extinguished. Chapter 506. The Baylor flicked its wrist and put away the flame whip. Its eyes were fixed on Su Len. It was very cautious of Sullen's sudden appearance. A demigod from the material plane? No, you're a human. The Baylor felt the divine power on Sullen's body, and there was a look of greed in its eyes. Divinity was very important to them. If they wanted to become a demon lord, they couldn't do without it. Originally, the Baylor came to the roof of the material plane to plunder a batch of souls and flesh. It didn't expect to meet a human with divinity. This was a delicious meal delivered to its door. In the previous confrontation, neither side used their full strength. It could only be regarded as a test. The Baylor in front of him wanted to snatch Sullen's divinity, but Su Len also wanted to snatch his divinity. Su Len would never complain about having too much divinity. Although the Baylor was suppressed by the power of the plane, its challenge level was as high as 21. If the paladins, priests, and paladins did not rely on divine power to suppress it, they would have been wiped out long ago. But even so, they had paid a heavy price. More than half of them were killed or injured. However, although the Baylor's strength was not bad, it was still far from Sullen's. If it was in the abyss, the Baylor could use its full strength to fight a few rounds with Su Len. Now that it was in the material plane, it was even less of a match. However, to prevent the Baylor from discovering Sullen's true strength and escaping back to the abyss, Su-Len still had to hide his strength. He would give the Baylor a surprise after it had completely sealed the surrounding space. Baylor, since you're here, stay. Get out of the way. This is not a battle you can interfere in, Su-Len said to the clerics. A strong gust of wind came, and the flame whips came with endless flames. The characteristics of demons made them naturally irritable and impatient. After seeing the divinity on Su-Luan's body, they directly attacked and made up their minds to rob Su-Luan's divinity. With a thunderous sound, the storm halberd blocked the flame whip. However, just as Su-Len blocked the flame whip, the Baylor's other hand swung the giant beheading sword at Su-Len fiercely. A shrill sound of wind was heard as the huge beheading sword slashed towards Su-Luan with scorching flames. The heat it carried could melt steel. Su-Luan's figure flashed, and he instantly dodged this attack. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the place where Su-Len had been standing just a moment ago became a big pit with flames. Fire! Just as it dodged the attack, the Baylor suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Mind control. The Baylor's, and he's. There was an inexplicable whisper in Sullen's heart, and an evil force attacked his brain. However, as soon as it appeared, Su-Len directly drove it out. Sullen's will was easily immune to this attack. Without being affected at all, Su-Len turned over and landed on the ground. The Baylor's expression seemed to be a little incredulous. After seeing that Su-Len was not affected, it became even angrier. It roared and swung the beheading sword again. Bang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. Sullen's storm halberd swept and easily blocked the beheading sword. Su-Len did not just take a beating without fighting back. After blocking the beheading sword, Sullen's arm waved, and the storm halberd drew a circle and quickly slashed at the Baylor's head. The sharp halberd blade carried endless lightning, causing the Baylor's body to feel a slight sting. Thundercut! The dazzling lightning instantly slashed. The Baylor's body turned, and the beheading sword in its hand was thrown. Ding! The lightning flashed, and the powerful force swung the beheading sword. Sullen's wrist turned, and the storm halberd quickly slashed again. Ding! Ding! Continuous collisions sounded, and the tall Baylor was beaten back by Su-Len. The Baylor felt the power from the beheading sword and looked at Su-Len in shock. The human in front of it was actually stronger than it. After realizing that it could not take advantage of Su-Len, the Baylor's body flashed, and it wanted to use spell-like power to get rid of Su-Len. Space imprisonment. Su-Len released the spell that he had been preparing for a long time. The space was instantly locked, and the teleportation spell lost its effect. The teleportation light on the Baylor's body dissipated before it could rise. Su-Len sneered. He came here to kill this Baylor. How could he give it a chance to escape? The Baylor's face was filled with disbelief. It flapped its wings, trying to get away. At the same time, it released several spells towards Su-Len. Law, intimidate, evil aura, blasphemy. Continuous aura flashed from the Baylor's body, but whether it was law, intimidate, or evil aura, they quickly dissipated after touching Su-Len. Su-Len was directly immune to these two spells. The Baylor's mouth quickly uttered ancient blasphemy. This evil language had powerful magic, and the surrounding air was filled with evil power. Su-Len suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, causing his body to involuntarily twist. Seeing the effect of the spell, the flames in the Baylor's eyes rose, and it rushed towards Su-Luan in the next second. The beheading greatsword in its hand slashed towards him with a shrill sound, as if it wanted to cut Su-Luan in two. Thunder Domain. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body, and the endless power of thunder and lightning filled the space around him. The evil power in his body was instantly purified. Seeing the Baylor rushing toward him, Sullen's body flashed, and he directly rushed toward it. Bang! The lightning and flames collided, and the loud roar shook the ears of the people around. The Baylor couldn't help but take a step back. The lightning on Sullen's body skyrocketed, and a thundercloud appeared in the sky. Countless lightning flashed in the thundercloud. With Sullen's attack, A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the storm battle halberd in his hand. The weapon that was originally surrounded by lightning seemed to have completely turned into a bolt of lightning at this moment. Streaks of light quickly lit up one after another. Greater haste. Dragon's strength. Greater bear's tenacity. Expose weakness. Greater fox's cunning. Greater eagle's glory. All troops cheer. With more than a dozen spells on his body, Sulin waved the storm battle halberd and directly slashed toward the Baelor's waist. Clang, clang, clang. The Baelor waved its huge sword like a windmill, constantly blocking. However, after every block, its tall figure would take a step back. The flames on its body continued to rise, and its face became more and more angry. Under a series of attacks, the Baelor's body retreated more than a dozen meters, and there were a lot of wounds on its body. Even the hand holding the beheading sword trembled slightly, and lightning constantly flashed on its body. Thunder's fury. The lightning in the sky gathered in Sullin's hand, and an amazing energy burst out in an instant. Sullin's body appeared beside the Baelor in an instant, and then the storm battle halberd with the power of thunder fiercely slashed toward the Baelor. The Baelor, who had just recovered, felt the amazing power on the storm battle halberd, and a chill rose in its heart. A sense of crisis appeared in its mind. Without hesitation, the Baelor held the beheading sword in one hand and the sword in the other hand to block in front of it. Rumble! The violent impact resounded through the earth. The Baelor's tall body flew out directly. With a bang, it completely destroyed a burning house. The beheading sword in its hand was hit dozens of meters away, and a deep scar appeared on the beheading sword. Blood splattered, and a deep wound appeared on the Baelor's chest. Demon blood gushed out. The blood was like gasoline, and it immediately burned when it fell to the ground. Just as Sulin and the Baelor were fighting, in a forest not far from this battlefield, a group of black-robed people were busy quickly. This is a godsend opportunity. The Baelor is dying. Get ready. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with surprise. Your Excellency, what about the human? He is too strong, and it is likely to affect our plan. A black-robed man next to her reminded. He is the king of the kingdom of Florence. Don't worry about him. As long as we successfully seize the power of the Baelor, he is nothing to be afraid of. The high priest shook his head and said, Your Excellency, it is still too risky to do it now. The black-robed man next to her said, Risk? What is not risky to do? How long have we been preparing? It has been decades. This is the best opportunity. If we miss it, we may not have such a chance again. The high priest suddenly turned around, and his gorgeous expression became cold and ruthless. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Now, the high priest said coldly. The black-robed people around him were shocked. They did not dare to look at him and quickly lowered their heads. Soon, these black-robed people finished their preparations. At the same time, the Baelor was just sent flying by Sulin. The high priest's eyes were cold, and he directly ordered, Do it. With the order, a flash of light instantly rose from the runic circle. The next second, the flash of light rushed into the sky, crossed a distance of thousands of meters, and instantly hit the Baelor on the ground. The Baelor, who was about to get up, suddenly froze, and then he struggled frantically. At this time, the high priest also stood on a runic circle. A strange flash of light rose and flew directly toward the Baelor. Chapter 507. Sulin was dumbfounded. Just now, when he was about to kill the Baelor in front of him, a flash of light fell from the sky and turned into silver chains that trapped the Baelor. Before he could recover, another red light descended. The Baelor struggled to break free from the shackles. The silver chain was constantly broken, but it would recover in the next second. The red light fell, and the power of the Baelor was quickly extracted. *T, someone wants to kill me. Seeing the red light, Sullin's first reaction was to kill the Baelor. Just as he was about to do it, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The red light was seizing the power of the Baelor. This situation suddenly reminded him of an organization, the Church of the Soul Snatchers. The Soul Snatcher Church was also an evil cult. However, this cult was very different from other evil cults. The fallen and the followers of evil gods sacrificed evil gods and demons in exchange for power. However, although the Soul Snatcher Church also sacrificed evil gods and demons, their goal wasn't the power bestowed by evil gods. Their goal was to seize all the power owned by the evil gods or demons. Compared to the evil gods, these people of the Church of the Soul Snatchers were crazier. Usually, they would disguise themselves as fallen or evil gods and lure ordinary people to fall and make them believe in evil gods or demons. They were hidden in the dark, but they were constantly making small moves in the dark. The origin of the Church of the Soul Snatchers was said to date back to the era before the Arcane Empire. Some arcanists wanted to seize the power of the gods and developed various methods. Later, a great arcanist invented the spell of ascension. Later, he tried to become a god, but he was directly blown up by the divine power and all kinds of information. After this incident, many arcanists gave up on researching ways to seize the power of the gods. However, there were also some who believed that the reason why the investiture of the gods failed was because the human body could not withstand so much divine power. Those people wanted to increase the strength of the human body so that the human body could contain more divine power. However, they soon discovered that there was a limit to the improvement of the physical body, and the further they improved, the more difficult it became. Moreover, even if they improved to the limit, the human body could not contain the power of so many gods. Later on, some people proposed to seize the power of evil gods or demons. Later on, because of some turmoil, this sect disappeared. Of course, it was said that they had disappeared without a trace. In fact, these people had just hidden themselves even deeper. Spirit snatching had succeeded in history, but the side effects were huge. Evil gods and demons were different from humans. They had a strong negative energy. Many times, they would directly degenerate into evil gods or demons. Sulen knew about this cult because he had found it in Hathaway's library some time ago. Sulen did not know how the Soul Snatcher Church had managed to steal the Baler's power, but he figured it had something to do with the sacrifices they had made. The Baler was probably the work of the Soul Snatcher Church. A cold light flashed in Sulen's eyes. These people dared to steal the Soul Snatcher Church's power. Chris. Sulen called the little succubus through the telepathic link. Master, I'm here. Chris's voice came. Come with me to take care of those guys who are here to take advantage of the situation. It didn't take long for Sulen to find the location of those people on the map. His figure flashed and appeared beside Chrissy. Although Sulen was furious that the Soul Snatchers had come to steal his kill, it was also an opportunity. Perhaps he could get a lot of benefits this time. Let's go. Sulen grabbed Chris's hand, and a flash of light rose from them. The next second, the two of them appeared above a runic circle. Who is it? The energy fluctuations of the teleportation spell immediately alerted the Soul Snatchers below. They immediately shouted when Sulen and Chris appeared. Sulen ignored them and turned his head to look at the coquettish priestess who was standing in another rune circle and preparing to absorb the power of the Baler. This power is familiar. This is the power of a demon. As expected, the demon's descent this time is caused by you Soul Snatchers. Sulen immediately sensed the aura of these people. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Group charm. The Soul Snatchers who were about to attack suddenly froze. They then looked at Chris with mesmerized eyes. Evil spirit. Blasphemous word. At that moment, two evil forces appeared in an instant. Lightning flashed on Sulen's body, dispelling the evil force field around him. The priestess that had been standing in the other runic array also disappeared. Hathaway's group charm hadn't been able to control her. A dark shadow suddenly flew over. Sulen's figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared near the priestess. Ambush. Eat my spear. The dazzling lightning suddenly released a powerful force and pierced through the priestess' body. Endless lightning exploded from her body. The priestess' body stiffened. The negative energy in her body was instantly purified by the lightning. Countless indistinct evil spirits entangled together flew out of her body. At the same time, her beautiful face quickly aged. Her body quickly lost water and life force. In just a few seconds, she turned into an old woman with dry and coarse skin and an old face. This was her original appearance. Her previous appearance was just a forced transformation with the help of magic. After the evil energy in her body was purified, she instantly returned to her original appearance. After losing her magic and being severely injured, her life came to an end. Her body tilted and fell to the ground. "Chris, quickly!" Sulin put away his storm war halberd and pulled Chris to the altar where the priestess had been standing. "Quickly stand there and absorb the power," Sulin said, pointing at the runic circle. "Okay." Chris naturally saw the energy contained in it. Without hesitation, her body flashed and instantly stood on it. "By the way, order the disciples of the Soul Snatchers to cast spells with all their might and trap the Baler." Chris could no longer speak at this time. She could only nod to show that she understood and absorbed the power of the Baler with all her might. Balers and succubi were both Tana, re-demons. Although they had chosen different directions during the evolution process, their energy was essentially the same. The energy of the Baler might be a drug to humans. Absorbing it would turn a human into a demon, but it was a good tonic for demons. Chris absorbed the energy of the Baler without any discomfort at all. Sulin did not stay there. With a flash of light, he appeared near the Baler again. At this time, the Baler looked a little miserable. In the battle just now, it was injured by Sulin and then ambushed by the Soul Snatchers. Countless chains wrapped around it, making it unable to break free. Now, the energy in its body was constantly being extracted. If this continued, it would be the time of its death when all the energy in its body was taken away. However, the chains had suddenly broken, allowing the Baler to grab them a few times. In order to survive, the Baler erupted with a strong will to live. It grabbed the many chains wrapped around its body and tried to tear them all apart, but at that moment, a playful voice came from the sky. "Still want to run?" In the next second, Sulin's figure instantly rushed down, the storm war halberd in his hand sweeping over with boundless lightning, knocking the Baler back. In order to let Chris absorb the energy of the Baler, Sulin did not kill it. With Sulin blocking it, the Baler had lost all hope of escaping. Under the extraction of the soul-snatching circle, its energy was constantly being absorbed. With Sulin's protection, the soul-snatching circle operated quickly, constantly extracting the energy of the Baler and sending it into Chris's body. As the energy absorbed increased, Chris's aura became stronger and stronger. She was originally a Class 4 elite succubus, but now she quickly reached the peak. A lot of energy was needed to break through to the legend rank, but it was not a problem for Chris at all. A legend rank Baler was more than enough for her to advance. Soon, more and more energy was extracted. As the Baler's energy decreased, the soul-snatching circle's energy absorption speed also increased. Finally, a powerful energy was extracted, and the flames on the Baler's body disappeared. Its original legend rank aura also completely dissipated. At the same time, Chris's stagnant aura began to rise again. This time, she directly broke through the shackles of the legend rank and became a legend rank demon. After becoming a legend rank demon, Chris's strength did not stop. Instead, it continued to increase, but the speed of increase became even slower. Finally, the energy of the Baler was completely drained by the soul-snatching circle, and Chris absorbed all the energy. After losing all its energy, the Baler's life came to an end. The countless silver chains that originally bound it turned into specks of light at this moment, and the Baler was blown by the wind and turned into a pile of ashes, leaving only the beheading sword and flame whip. A breeze blew, and the beheading sword and flame whip flew directly into Sulin's hands. As a legend-rank demon, the weapons used by the Baler were naturally not ordinary. The main material of the beheading sword was abyss magic steel, while the flame whip was made of abyss magic steel mixed with the tendons of the abyssal fire lizard. Although the two items were not legend rank, the materials were very good. The main reason was that the abyssal demon's craftsmanship was too rough. If these things were given to Hathaway, together with some other materials, it would not be difficult for them to become legend rank equipment. It just so happened that Chris still lacked a weapon to advance to legend rank. Chapter 508. With the death of the Baylor, the chaos had come to an end. However, there was still a lot of work to be done. Blue Lake Town had been destroyed, and it needed to be rebuilt. Other than the residents who had been killed by the Baylor, many had escaped to the surrounding wilderness. The town needed to be rebuilt, and the refugees needed to be settled as soon as possible. At the same time, because of the destruction of the Baylor, a large part of the farmland here was destroyed and needed to be replanted in time. The destroyed farmland also needed to be purified of evil energy. There were a lot of things to do. In addition to these, Su-Len also had to summon the paladins and give them rewards. After all, when the Baylor was raging, these people helped stop him and reduced Florence's losses. As soon as the battle was over, Su-Len found these people. At this time, there were less than 20 paladins left, and all of them were injured. After Su-Len came here, he directly used physical healing to treat these people's injuries. The effect of physical healing was very good. Except for a few who were seriously injured, the injuries of the others were almost healed. Even the rest were fine. Su-Len expressed his gratitude to these paladins and priests and promised to give rewards. The rewards for those who died in the battle would be doubled. Then he found a relatively intact house in Blue Lake Town for them to live in. Among these paladins, except for 2 who had recovered and went back to report to the paladin, the others lived here for the time being. After arranging these people, Su-Len went to check on Chrissy. Chrissy, who had just completed her advancement, had not yet controlled her power. Through the spirit-devouring array, she could at most seize about 80% of the energy. Chrissy had 80% of the Baylor's power. Not only the power, but also the divinity of the Baylor. Divinity was different from other energies. Chrissy did not directly absorb it now. There were still a lot of residual consciousness of the Baylor on it. If she absorbed it directly, it was very likely that the Baylor would take the opportunity to resurrect. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. In the multiverse, many gods had been resurrected through various methods. Chrissy was not a legendary demon before. Once she engaged in a battle of wills, the consequences would be very dangerous, so the best way was to temporarily seal this divinity. After she fully adapted to her own energy, she would try to absorb it slowly. The Baylor had a total of 7 points of divinity. If he had a little more, he would have been able to advance to a demon lord. But now, all of this divinity had been obtained by Chris. Su-Len took out a magic staff and used the power of thunder to seal all the divinity of the Baylor in one place. Endless power of thunder entered Chrissy's body and then continuously squeezed the divinity of the Baylor. This process was very painful, and the taste of thunder and lightning was not pleasant. However, the little succubus often enjoyed the treatment of plasma cannons, so her resistance to thunder and lightning had obviously increased. In addition, Sullen's lightning was not an attack. Although it was uncomfortable, it was still bearable. Soon, the Baylor's divinity was all squeezed into one place. Then, a dozen lightning chains separated from Sullen's body and completely sealed the divinity. With a flash of lightning, a lightning rune appeared on Chris's arm. After all, the power seized by the spirit-devouring circle was not from her own cultivation. It would take some time to digest and master it. At the same time, the Baylor's power had a lot of negative will, which Chris had to remove by herself. After Chris completed her advancement, Su-Len looked around at the people of the Church of Soul Snatchers. These people were still under Chris's control. The charm of a legendary succubus was very powerful. Su-Len did not plan to kill these people for the time being. They might be useful in the future. He ordered these people to pack up and then let them return to Harvest City to wait for orders. After checking that there were no fish that had escaped the net, Su-Len left with Chris. After returning to Harvest City, Su-Len asked the Imperial Guard to pass on his orders and then directed the City Hall to start the post-disaster reconstruction work. This time, the Baylor's energy was sucked out by the spirit-devouring circle. Su-Len did not get any experience, legendary skill points, or soul crystals from it. In the end, he only got a gold treasure chest and some experience from the people of the Church of Soul Snatchers. If Chris did not successfully become a legendary, it would be a big loss. Without the Baylor's interference, the post-disaster reconstruction work went very smoothly. The nobles around all contributed money and manpower. The news of Sullen's appearance was heard by the nobles the next day. Some of them wanted to curry favor with Sullen, but they did not dare to neglect his orders. The first batch of supplies was quickly prepared. Then, Sullen notified Sanfelto City and asked Phyllis to send some officials over. At the same time, he also began to settle the score for the Baylor incident. This time, it was not just Baron Brent who was involved, but he was the most unlucky one. With his strength alone, there was no way for him to carry out such a legendary demon summoning ritual. Of course, the Church of the Soul Reaver was involved in this, but many of the nobles around Harvest City were also involved. During this time, Su Lun had ordered the Imperial Secret Service to collect all kinds of information. Although the Imperial Secret Service was not good at war, they were experts at collecting information. The nobles thought that they were doing things secretly, but in reality, the Imperial Secret Service had already investigated everything. After the investigation was completed, the people from Sanfelto City arrived and began to investigate the nobles. With the help of this demon incident, Su Len began to make a move on the nobles in the southern plains. After the last rebellion, Su Len wanted to clean up the area. However, considering that the nobles in the southern plains were already frightened at the time, if he was too aggressive, the nobles would very likely submit to the surrounding countries. At that time, it was very likely that the civil war would escalate into a war between Florence and several other countries. At that time, even if Su Len won, the southern provinces of the kingdom would be completely destroyed. Even the northern provinces that had just settled down would be in chaos again, so Su Len did not think too much about it. Now, with the demon incident caused by Baron Brent, it gave him a very good excuse. Of course, this incident was more to weaken the local noble's strength and increase his control over the south. Su Len currently lacked a large number of experienced grassroots officials. Although the academy in Sanfelto City had been training them, there was still a shortage of manpower. It would take at least 3 months for the basic officers to be trained. After that, they would need to go to prison for political studies. Only after passing all of that could they take up their posts. Many of these people were former members of the aristocracy. After all, in this era, the literacy rate of the aristocracy was the highest. Ordinary people could not even write their own names. Su Len was very clear about the morals of these nobles. All kinds of corruption, bending the law for personal gain, there was nothing they did not dare to do. However, at this time, they could not be used. Therefore, Su Len stipulated that those who had not gone through political studies in prison were not qualified to work in the council hall. They were not even allowed to be grassroots officials. There was a lot of food in Harvest City, so there was no pressure to use it to provide relief to the victims. This time, because of the Baylor's arrival, at least a dozen villages were destroyed, and 3 towns were severely damaged. Although the death toll had not been calculated, it was estimated to be 5,000 to 6,000 people. The number of people who escaped into the wild was estimated to be more than twice the number of people who died. If so many people were only given food, it would be a complete waste. Moreover, they had nothing to do, so it was easy for them to become a social danger. They would lose their jobs, lose their property, and have nothing to do. If the nobles were in charge, the crime rate here would skyrocket, and even more serious things would happen. Su Len planned to use the method of providing relief with work. This method had been proven very effective in his previous life. It just so happened that Harvest City had not been renovated yet. The city was dirty and messy, and the demons had destroyed a lot of farmland, so these people were needed to repair it. Of course, although the method of providing relief with work was good, it also had some disadvantages. That was, it consumed a lot of resources and money. Fortunately, Harvest City had enough food, so there was no need to worry. As for money, Su Len planned to replace it with farmland. This time, many people had died, so a lot of land had become ownerless. Su Len planned to give these lands to the victims as a reward. At the same time, many nobles had died in this incident, so their property was not a small amount. It was just right to use it as a reward. Basically, Su Lin did not need to pay extra money to complete the renovation of Harvest City and the restoration of the destroyed towns. In order to repair the land destroyed by the Baylor demon, Su Lin found the Church of Harvest City. The priests of the Church of the Goddess of Nature were willing to help Su Lin purify the polluted land and make it fertile again. In exchange, Su Lin had to pay a price. Money was the most basic. Su Lin expressed his support for them to develop their faith among the victims. After every disaster, the souls of the survivors would be greatly damaged. This was a very good time to develop their faith. They could easily gain a lot of believers, and many of these believers would become devout believers, which was very important for a church. Of course, the other churches would not let go of this opportunity. Su Lin would not stop them, nor would he support them. After all, a single church was not a good thing. But even so, the Church of the Goddess of Nature had a big advantage. Baylors and fire elemental elders were not popular in the material world. The main reason was that the land they passed through would become dry and barren. If it was a fire deity or a fire elemental lord, the consequences would be even worse. The best way was to use water elemental magic and the power of nature to repair it. Of course, wizards also had ways to do it, but the effect was not as good as others. P.S. Thank you book friends God_State, Little Newbie, Dimension Stone, and other book friends for their tips. Thank you to Rotson for the 1500 coins tip. Chapter 509. Harvest City had always been known as a rich city in the southern provinces. After the order was given, Su Lin quickly gathered enough food. With enough food, the relief work could begin. Su Lin had already sent people to set up temporary camps outside the city for the refugees to live in. All the refugees were organized into groups of 100 people. At the same time, the soldiers in Harvest City were sent to maintain law and order. A large number of people gathered together would cause a lot of problems. The most important thing was epidemic prevention. The number of casualties had already reached 5,000, and many of the corpses were not buried in time. In order to prevent the epidemic, Su Lin had initiated a sanitation and epidemic prevention measure. In this era, disinfection methods were limited. Su Lin could only use lime water to clean up. All the camps, including the city, were sprayed with lime water. At the same time, all the refugees were required to take a bath and disinfect their clothes. For Sulin's requirements, both the nobles and the civilians didn't understand. However, rumors about Sulin's obsession with cleanliness quickly spread. In addition to the refugees, Su Lin also had strict requirements for the residents of Harvest City. No one was allowed to dump garbage anywhere. All garbage had to be sent to the garbage disposal station on every street. At the same time, the slums in Harvest City began to be demolished. Originally, Su Lin wanted to see if anyone would take the initiative to jump out and make an example out of them. However, in the end, those gangsters cooperated with Sulin's orders without any intention of going against him. For those gangs, Su Lin's deterrence was terrifyingly high. Since he began the urban transformation plan in San Filto City, more than a dozen cities had been transformed during this period. Many of the gangs wanted to resist, but they were all suppressed without exception. All the leaders were beheaded directly, and the rest were punished to become slaves and perform various kinds of labor. Those gangsters were already scared by his cruel methods. When they heard that Su Lin wanted to reorganize the city, they immediately took the initiative to cooperate. They were afraid that if they were a step slower, they would be beheaded. At the same time, under Sulin's oppressive rule, rumors about him were everywhere. Some said that he liked to eat human flesh, especially women and children. The evidence was that Sulin's caravans would buy a large number of female slaves and children. In fact, this was to balance the population of North City. Some said that Su Lin was favored by the devil, so he could build a city in the wasteland in just a few years. Some said that he had signed a contract with an evil dragon, and the dragon gave him power, allowing him to command a large number of flying dragons. The flying dragons in North City was the evidence. Anyway, these rumors were demonizing him and North City. After the barbarians appeared in North City, There were rumors that there were a large number of lunatics and gays in North City. Sulin didn't know how they came to this conclusion. After the drows appeared, many people with bad intentions swore that Sulin had a huge harem. It was full of seductive female drows. Every day, he had to sleep with 10 women at night before he could fall asleep. He also enslaved a large number of half-elves. There were countless half-elven beauties in his palace for him to mess around with. Su Luan completely scoffed at this statement. These people were obviously talking nonsense. Harem? 10 women at night? These didn't exist at all. How many people did he have in his harem? And what about having 10 women in a night? At most, he only had 6 women, okay? Then where were the extra 4 women? You'd better make it up to me, or I'll sue you for slander. Su Len sternly denied these rumors, but unfortunately, the effect was limited. The slums in Harvest City had been demolished, and the area needed to be reorganized. At the same time, the slums were hired again to work. Su Len felt that the number of refugees outside the city was not enough. With the addition of the slums, the surrounding projects could start. It was not easy to manage these people. There were not many qualified officials in Harvest City, and the ones in San Felto City were not enough. Su Len was having a headache finding some managers. Master, I have a way to solve your current problem. Just when Su Lun was having a headache, Chris hugged Su Lun from the side and said. The pair of bulges in front of her chest were tightly pressed against his body, which felt like a heavy weight on a human breast. What way? Su Len forced his attention away from his back and said with a hoarse voice. You know the followers of the Church of the Soul Snatchers under my command, right? Crazy's delicate red lips were close to Sullen's ear, and her breath was like orchids. I know, what about them? Her breath tickled his ear, and he couldn't help but move a little. Seeing Sullen's little movement, Crazy's beautiful big eyes rolled. She stuck out her small little tongue and licked his earlobe. Then she said, the followers of the Church of the Soul Snatchers are literate, and they're quite knowledgeable. They're definitely qualified to be basic managers. Now that they're following my orders, Master, you can let them manage the refugees. Su Len suddenly felt a warm feeling in his ear, and a ball of fire rose in his heart. The Soul Snatchers? Don't turn the refugees into evil cultists. Don't worry, I'm here. They'll listen to me. Crazy raised her little head proudly. All right, I'll leave it to you. Su Len nodded and agreed. But what? Crazy hugged Sullen's neck and put her little head on his shoulder. Su Len suddenly stood up, stretched out his arms, and stuffed the little succubus into his arms. But you'll have to help me vent my anger first. As he said that, he carried the little succubus into the room next door. With the help of Crazy's Soul Reapers, the relief work outside of Harvest City had officially begun. A large number of disaster victims were sent to different places to work. Soon, the disaster victims outside of Harvest City were redistributed. The ruins of the destroyed town were cleaned up, and a new city was built on the spot. The poor were also organized. A large number of fields outside the city were destroyed, and the poor were sent to replant seeds. The land that was destroyed by the Balers was slowly repaired with the help of the priests of the goddess of nature. One had to admit that the Soul Snatchers under Crazy's command were very capable. The tasks that Su Len assigned were all completed. After some observation, Su Len found that these people were not only good, but also more knowledgeable than the nobles. The education they received was also very good. Even the evil cultists had such high standards these days. After the relief work was on the right track, Su Len began to deal with the nobles. This time, Baron Brent's problem was very serious. Su Len didn't trust the nobles. They were like ticking time bombs, and no one knew when they would explode. Next, Su Len carried out a mandatory inspection of the nobles according to the information given by the Imperial Secret Service. It was easy to find a lot of people who were in cahoots with the Fallen and the Evil God's followers. The Evil God's followers and the Fallen loved to deal with the nobles. Although most of these nobles' ancestors were heroes, after hundreds and thousands of years of reproduction, a large number of nobles had long fallen. The dark side of the city was basically deliberately indulged by these nobles. The various gangs were actually the nobles' black gloves, responsible for dealing with some things that were inconvenient for the nobles to deal with. These were basically the unspoken rules of the nobles. Many nobles lived an extravagant and luxurious life. After enjoying all kinds of luxuries, they began to pursue more exciting things. Many evil cultists used this as an excuse to lure the nobles. There were also some nobles who wanted to obtain great power, extend their lives, or restore their youth. These nobles were full and had begun to pursue pleasure. This was also why so many nobles cooperated with the evil cultists and gave them protection. These foolish nobles even naively thought that the evil cultists could only rely on them and be at their mercy. Little did they know that in the eyes of the evil cultists, these nobles were the real fools. After a search by Sulen, a large number of nobles were quickly caught. However, most of the evil cultists and fallen ones behind these nobles escaped. Even the main members were not caught. For those foolish nobles, Sulen directly physically destroyed them and sent the rest of the family members to the northern wasteland. These nobles had reproduced for dozens of generations, hundreds of thousands of years. If they were all killed, the other nobles would feel sorry for them. If they were spared, they would rise again in a few years. Therefore, Sulen directly uprooted them and sent them all to the northern wasteland. The northern wasteland was thousands of miles away from here, and it was desolate and uninhabited. The construction of the new city required a lot of manpower. They did not know anyone in the duchy of Beifeng, so the connections of these nobles were directly destroyed. Compared to the poor, many of these nobles were educated. After some political reform, they could even be used as grassroots officials. A noble family had at least a few dozen people, and at most a few hundred people. In the past, these people would gather together and listen to the orders of the head of the family. Now that their titles were gone, and their whole families were sent away, power, status, and money were all gone. These nobles did not need Sulen to do anything. Sulen did not need to worry about these nobles getting together and causing trouble. Once they arrived at the northern wasteland, according to the management system of the city, these nobles would be quickly digested and absorbed. In addition to these nobles, Sulen also found a lot of fallen ones among these nobles. After receiving the power of evil gods or demons, the negative emotions in their hearts were magnified. Sulen did not even need to do anything. These people would directly jump out and jump out. In the end, they were easily suppressed by the imperial guards and the army. In order to maintain the stability of Harvest City, Phyllis specially sent over 1,000 soldiers. With Sulen and Chris in charge, these nobles could not do anything. Chapter 5:10. After becoming a legendary succubus, Crazy's strength had increased a lot. Now, when she used charm at full power, even Sulen was shocked. In addition to her original ability, Crazy also mastered the power of fire. This power naturally came from the Balrog. She could add fire to her weapons. Sulen tested the power of these magic flames and found that they were no worse than those of the Balrog. At the same time, she also learned many fire spells. In addition to these, Crazy also awakened the blasphemous language. The blasphemous language was a power that spread among demons. It was the power of the oldest evil god and one of the abilities that the gods of the evil camp were good at. This was the most ancient blasphemous language. Only some powerful and evil beings with divinity could master this ability. Otherwise, they could only master the lower level of the blasphemous language. Not long ago, when Sulen killed the priestess of the Church of the Soul Snatchers, she used the blasphemous language. However, the power of the blasphemous language was limited to Sulen. Sulen resisted it directly. Some priests who were favored by the gods also had this ability, but what they mastered was the word of truth. If one could become the chosen one or the favored one of the gods, they would be able to become the gods' chosen ones. This ability could be upgraded to the holy word. Under normal circumstances, the blasphemous language and the blasphemous language could only be bestowed by a powerful demon or evil god, whether it was a demon, a devil, or an evil god. An evil sacrificial ceremony was required. If it was a demon, it was simple. They could just kill brainlessly as long as there was enough blood and chaos. Just like Brent, who killed thousands of people to perform the sacrificial ceremony. If it was a devil, then a simple bloody massacre would not satisfy them. They liked all kinds of conspiracies and betrayals, especially those melodramatic dramas where relatives plotted against each other and killed each other. For example, the fight for the inheritance of nobles. The son killed the father, the younger brother killed the elder brother. Conspiracies and betrayals were the devil's favorite. Of course, they could also choose other evil gods. After all, there were still many evil gods in the lower planes. They could be obtained by offering sacrifices to please them. For example, if Chris wanted to obtain this ability, she would have to offer a sacrifice to the succubus queen and please her. As the most dangerous and beautiful bitch in the bottomless abyss, she had mastered the divine concepts of lust, depravity, promiscuity, and so on. The more unreasonable a joyous ritual was, the easier it would be to gain her pleasure and rewards. Simply put, holding a large-scale feast would be enough to gain her rewards. Of course, this was only the most basic level. After all, as the succubus queen, what kind of extravaganza had she not played before? She was known as the biggest chicken coop in the multiverse. Not only did they receive humanoid creatures, but they also received other creatures. This kind of pleasing activity was held every once in a while, and each time, it was more and more excessive. Therefore, in the beginning, they might be able to complete it. However, after a few times, the difficulty would increase. Moreover, this kind of ability bestowed by the evil gods came with a price. Although it could increase their strength, it would also cause them to fall into the control of the evil gods. For example, the glorious nun of the succubus queen. Although these legendary succubi were strong, they were basically completely controlled by the succubus queen and could not resist at all. The blasphemy language that Chris obtained was different. She obtained it by absorbing the power of the Baler. It was equivalent to awakening on her own and was not restricted by other evil gods at all. She could now be said to have escaped the control of the succubus queen. She had also obtained divinity now. If she could absorb all the divinity of the Baler, her power would become even stronger. The divinity of the Baler was the power of slaughter, destruction, and chaos. It was not easy for Chris to fully master it. After all, the succubus was better at lust, depravity, and promiscuity. For a long time, Chris's strength would continue to grow until she completely integrated the divinity of the Baler. Su-Lin only gained experience and a gold treasure chest in this battle. He opened the gold treasure chest and heard the familiar prompt of the system. Congratulations, you have obtained the item Magic Gem X3. 3 high-quality magic gems were worth about 30,000 kinar. For this kind of spell-casting material, Su-Lin did not mind too much. These things had always been used in battles and experiments. All kinds of magic gems produced in the underground world were basically stored in the wizard tower for their use. While Su-Lin was investigating the nobles in Harvest City, the old city renovation plan was also in progress. The former slums were completely flattened. After the land was flattened, they began to build according to the design that had been prepared long ago. The first thing to be built was still the housing. The housing style was uniform. All of them were 3-story buildings. This kind of house was not difficult to build and saved the land. At the same time, the first floor of the house could be used as a shop. In addition to the houses, Su-Lin also asked to build a prison and a college. He was going to build a college in Harvest City to train more grassroots officials. The teachers in the college were selected by Su-Lin from the nobles who were about to be exiled. These people needed to go through ideological and political education before they could become teachers. After everything else was on track, Su-Lin's investigation of the nobles became faster and faster. This time, about half of the nobles in Harvest City would be stripped of their titles and confiscated of their land. Not to mention other things, just the land was enough to make people speechless. 80% of the farmland around Harvest City belonged to the nobles. This time, the confiscated land took up more than 30% of the total land in Harvest City. Su-Lin did not plan to keep this much land. He planned to use some of it as salary. For the poor, if they had to choose between money and land, they would usually choose land. Very few people would choose money. After Su Lin announced that the compensation for this work would be land, no matter if it was the refugees or the poor, they all worked hard. Even the commoners in Harvest City were jealous of Sulin's practice of using farmland as compensation. The farmland confiscated from the nobles were all good farmland. The land was fertile, and there was plenty of water around. Basically, there would be a bumper harvest every year. This kind of farmland used to be monopolized by the nobles. Now that it was being used as compensation, the refugees and the poor all wanted to get their hands on it. In this era, there was still a big difference between good farmland and normal farmland. Farmland that was close to a water source was good farmland. On the other hand, farmland that lacked water source was poor farmland. After all, there was no pump in this world that could pump water to irrigate farmland. A group of priests under the protection of two groups of knights came to a desolate land. Su Lin looked at the land. The surrounding land was more or less green, but the land here was yellow. There was not a single plant on the ground. Su Lin grabbed a handful of soil, and the yellow sand slipped through his fingers. It was obvious that the land here had been severely damaged. This was the trace left behind by the baler. Su Lin threw down the sand and said, "Mr. Michel, I'll leave this place to you." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely restore this place to its original state." Pastor Mr. promised. Pastor Mr. was the bishop of the Nature Church in Harvest City. His position was second only to the Archbishop of San Felto City. After discussing the details with Su Lin, he began to restore the land. Bishop Michel and a few other priests began to pray. Soon, a powerful force of nature descended from the sky. With the appearance of this force of nature, the evil energy on the originally deserted land was dispelled. The land also changed from desertification to soil. Green grass grew out of the soil. Soon, this desolate and withered land became fertile farmland. Su Lin looked at the land and said in surprise, "The Nature Church's force of nature is indeed powerful. It can make deserted land fertile again." Michel shook his head and said, "Using divine power to change the natural environment is not the best way. I can turn this place into a desert mainly because the damage to the farmland here is not serious. As long as the residual power of the baler is removed, it can be restored with magic. But if it is a naturally formed desert, it will be very difficult to restore it with this method. The restoration effect is only temporary. Once the divine power dissipates and the surrounding environment does not change, this land will quickly become a desert again." Michel shook his head and said, "Many big druids have been working hard to restore the damage caused by the ancient war. In ancient times, the Arcane Kingdom and the Gods of Order broke out in a war that affected dozens of planes. Some planes even became barren and dead because of this war. Sulin's plane was also seriously damaged. Just like the Sea of Death in the center of the continent, it spread for thousands of miles and there was almost no life. Because of the war, the magic in that area was chaotic. All kinds of sandstorms and tornadoes often appeared. There were even many dangerous mutant creatures. The goddess of nature and the big druids had been trying to restore the damage on the land and restore vitality. However, the effect was very poor. After thousands of years, they had only shrunk the desert of death a little. Of course, with the efforts of the druids and the goddess of nature, some small oases had appeared in the Sea of Death. These oases were scattered in the Sea of Death, forming a trade route that ran through the Sea of Death. Of course, this trade route did not go deep into the Sea of Death. It was said that there were many ancient ruins buried in the Sea of Death. There were immeasurable wealth and methods to make people stronger. Every year, a large number of adventurers risked their lives to go to the Sea of Death. Chapter 5:11. The Church of the Goddess of Nature hated those who destroyed the balance of nature. Many wizards' experiments would cause some damage to the natural environment, so the relationship between the Temple of Nature and the wizards had always been bad. The druids in the Church of Nature also had many different schools. For example, the druids of the School of Balance cared about the balance between other creatures and nature. These druids would carefully maintain the balance of nature so that it would not be broken. If a kind of animal or plant became a disaster and posed a great threat to other species, They would eliminate it, regardless of whether it was good or evil. The Druids of this school were stubborn and had their own principles. They were difficult to communicate with and hated wizards the most. They had a theory called the balance of the biological world. They even believed that if the human population was too large, it would affect the balance of nature. If it was not limited, it would lead to serious consequences. The solution was to limit the population. It was said that they also used many methods to limit the population, including war, disease, starvation, and so on. If it was not for the fact that there were no Thanos gloves in this world, Su Lin doubted that they would make one. With a snap of the finger, the problem was solved reasonably, fairly, and quickly. These Druids of the School of Balance were absolutely neutral, so their actions were incomprehensible to others. The wild Druids worshipped nature, but they paid more attention to animals. The Druids of this school were proficient in transformation and could transform into various animals. The most basic Druids could transform into werewolves. The more powerful ones could transform into giant bears, petrifying lizards, pterosaurs, and so on. As the name suggested, the Guardian School was proficient in protection spells. There was also the School of Nature. The Druids of this school were the most respected. They were also the ones who repaired the damage of nature for decades. At the same time, the Druids of this school could summon the spirits of nature. The spirits of nature would help them in battle. The Druids of this school were also proficient in potions and identifying herbs. The School of Nature had the power of Druids second only to the Druid Order. The race with the highest percentage of Druids was half-elves. Of course, it used to be elves, but after the elves returned to the elf forest, it was rare to see elven Druids. Other races could also give birth to Druids. It was said that there were even drows who joined the Druid Order. Regarding this special situation, one should not be too surprised. After all, in every race, there would always be a few people who did not belong to the majority. For example, the succubus paladins, the drows who believed in the Dark Maiden, the Death Knights who believed in the Lord of Dawn, and so on. The demon paladins were also known as the Children of Hell. To put it simply, they were a group of people who lived in the darkness but yearned for the light. A group of people who yearned for salvation. Born in the evil lower planes, they yearned for redemption and return to the light, but their fates were often very tragic. Very few gods would accept these demons. The upper planes would not accept them, and the lower planes would view them as traitors. The children of hell rarely survived. Most of the children of hell fell back into the darkness, or died rather miserably. Some of the luckier ones turned to the neutral camp and finally lived a life that was neither good nor bad, but was rather bumpy. Out of 100 awakened children of hell, only one would survive. Su Lin remembered a succubus who fell in love with an angel and decided to become a saint samurai. He had to admit that this was a great mockery to the succubus queen. A succubus who controlled lust actually fell in love with an angel. There was also such a person among the drows. Chui Haizi, also known as Chui San, was born in a family of drows who believed in the Queen of Spiders. After betraying the Queen of Spiders, it was incredible that he could still live well. Su Lin did not have any opinions about these druids, and wizards should indeed protect the environment from magic experiments. Those harmful experiments must be carried out in an absolutely isolated area. Pollution leaks, which directly caused the surrounding dozens of kilometers to become uninhabitable, were absolutely forbidden. After all, the material world was the foundation of human life. If there was pollution everywhere, how could ordinary people survive? Without ordinary people as the foundation, no matter how powerful a sect was, it would decline. After all, only with a sufficient population base could it provide all kinds of resources and talents. However, there were always some sorcerer organizations that didn't understand this logic. Among them, the dark sorcerer organizations were the most prominent. However, the dark sorcerer organizations had gradually been eliminated by other sorcerers. Now, the dark sorcerer organizations were basically getting weaker and weaker. Su Lin stayed in Harvest City for a month, and the most important thing he did was to check on the nobles. After spending a month, all the nobles with problems were cleaned out. Su Lin only emptied the treasury of these nobles. It had to be said that these nobles were worthy of being called the accumulation of tens of generations, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Each and every one of them was filthy rich. All kinds of gold coins and gems were piled up like mountains. There were also manors, castles, shops, mines, workshops, and so on. If all of them were converted, it would be tens of millions of kinar. In addition to these assets, Su Len also found a lot of precious magic materials, many of which even Su Len did not have. He had to admit that these southern nobles were really rich. It made him want to rob the rest of the nobles as well. But fortunately, he didn't lose his mind. Even so, the remaining nobles were all frightened and treading on thin ice. During this time, they couldn't be more obedient, so Su Luen couldn't find an excuse to attack them. For this reason, he regretted for a long time. Su Len did not directly sell the manors, shops, mines, and workshops that he confiscated. If he sold so many assets in a short period of time, it would cause the price to drop. If that happened, he would be the one to lose. Those merchants would not buy at a high price just because he was the king. Su Len kept the best manors and castles, and gave the rest to the nobles as rewards. Su Len also kept the best shops and gave them to the caravans in North Town. Su Len gave the rest of the shops to the Imperial Secret Service. The Imperial Secret Service's intelligence network was too expensive. Su Len allowed the Imperial Secret Service to set up a stronghold and set up shops to raise funds. The advantage of doing this was that they could hide themselves better. At the same time, they would have more channels to gather information. A part of the profits from these shops would be given to the Imperial Secret Service as subsidies, and the rest would be stored in the stronghold. At the same time, Su Len also left some shops for the local town hall. These shops were for the town hall to set up some daily necessities shops to stabilize the price of goods. This way, the price of goods would not be controlled by those profiteers. Su Len had been in Harvest City for a month now, so he knew a lot about the city. In the past, the nobles and merchants here would often work together to lower the price of food during the harvest season. Then, when there was a shortage of food, they would raise the price. In this way, ordinary civilians would have their flesh cut off twice. If they were even more unscrupulous, items such as salt and cloth would be cut off once more. Therefore, although this city was called Harvest City, the commoners' lives were not good. It was not uncommon for the farmers to suffer when there was a good harvest. Of course, Su Len would not let those profiteers get away with it. Therefore, he planned to let the town hall come out and give them the lowest price for food. At the same time, he would set up a granary here to store food and sell it at a low price during the shortage of food. Su Len learned this from his previous life. In his previous life, there was a system like this in ancient times. Chongping Granary was specifically built for this purpose. However, no matter how good the system was, it still needed people to follow the rules. Unfortunately, there were not many people who could do it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many fire dragons burning granaries and ghost soldiers borrowing food. Even in his previous life, when modern information was so perfect, there were still people who took risks out of desperation. Su Len naturally did not trust the integrity of the officials. Therefore, he ordered all the officials to go to the prison every 6 months for ideological and political studies. At the same time, Su Len also ordered the imperial guards to supervise them. In order to make this system work properly, Su Len put in a lot of effort. Harvest City was the first southern city that Su Len renovated. It could be said that it was a benchmark, so he had to do it to the best of his ability. In addition to these, the mines that were confiscated from the nobles would be returned to the royal family. There were many types of mines, and many of them would produce some magic materials. Some of them would be sent to the northern city, and the rest would be sold to the royal family. Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Karina, and his half-elf maid would all have a share. As for the workshops, Su Len was going to sell them to the merchants. If these workshops were handed over to the town hall, the output and expenditure would not be proportional. The town hall would also become bloated, so it was better to hand them over to the merchants. Of course, they would have to abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Florence and pay taxes according to the rules. In the past, These workshops were in the hands of the nobles, and those nobles had never paid taxes. Since Sulen ascended to the throne, he had arranged people to perfect the legal system of the Kingdom of Florence. Before this, the Kingdom of Florence did not have a perfect set of laws. A lot of times, it depended on the preferences of the nobles. Of course, this state was not good. A proper set of laws would make it easier to govern the country. This time, Sulen had obtained a lot of wealth in Harvest City, but it would take a while before he could cash it all out. He directly took away about 8 million kinar, and there were still about 1 million kinar left. Sulen handed these over to the Imperial Guard in Harvest City. The Imperial Guard stronghold in Harvest City had been upgraded by Sulen, and the money would be used to build the strongholds of the Imperial Guard in other southern cities. Sulen and Chris left Harvest City together. After his investigation, Harvest City was completely under his control. All the things that needed to be done were arranged. The rest of the officials only needed to follow Sulen's plan and build the stronghold. Chapter 5:12. North City, Royal Palace. When the morning sun shone into the room, Sulen woke up from his sleep and carefully moved the arms and legs around him away. Sulen got out of bed quietly. Last night, to celebrate Sulen's return and Crazy's advancement to legendary, Sulen, Crazy, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Xanthi, and Karina, as well as 2 half-elf maids, held a celebration ceremony. Last night, Sulen's thunder and lightning spear was like a dragon, killing Crazy and making her throw away her armor. For the first time, he achieved 8 consecutive kills. But even so, he was still too short of the legendary 10 women in a night. He didn't know when the author, that single dog, would make up for it. This time, Sulen brought back Kinar, but he hadn't sent it to the treasury yet. He planned to send it there later and take a look at his mount, the little female dragon. Speaking of which, ever since he tamed the little female dragon, Sulen hadn't ridden her even once. This mount was simply too incompetent. After a simple breakfast, Sulen walked directly to the Wizard Tower. At this time, the Wizard Tower was much more crowded than before. The apprentices of the Northwind Academy were also in the Wizard Tower for classes. The Northwind Academy was still under construction. Sulen walked through the hall and arrived at the treasury of the Northwind Tower. The treasury of the Northwind Tower was heavily guarded. Not only was there the tower spirit, Milky Way, guarding it, but there were also 2 steel golems. There were also obsidian golems standing in the corridor. Every 10 meters or so, there were 2 obsidian golems. These obsidian golems were actually obsidian golems. If anything happened, these obsidian golems would wake up immediately. Soon, Sulen arrived at the door of the treasury. "Milky Way, open the door of the treasury," Sulen shouted. Milky Way received. Confirming permission. Permission granted. A beam of spiritual light swept over Sulen's body. This spiritual light could detect Sulen's body shape, appearance, bones, and pupils. The door would only open after everyone had passed. In fact, this method of detection was not perfect. The tower spirit in the secret realm used a more powerful soul detection, which could detect a person's soul fluctuations. After all, there were ways to change one's appearance and bones, but not soul fluctuations. Everyone's soul was different, and everyone had completely different soul fluctuations. This kind of detection method couldn't be faked, and it was very safe. The Northwind Tower hadn't installed this technology yet. After all, it wasn't easy to detect one's soul. Hathaway was already researching this problem. Permission granted. Opening the door to the treasury. Please wait a moment. Soon, a wave of energy rippled out, and the heavy door of the treasury slowly opened. The dazzling golden light flickered, and the light reflected by the large amount of gold blinded Sulen for a moment. After quickly regaining his vision, he saw the pile of gold that looked like a small mountain, and on the mountain of gold, there was a ferocious-looking dark red beast sleeping soundly. Sulen walked into the treasury, and the red dragon Onyxvia's nose subconsciously sniffed. As if it was a familiar smell, the red dragon Onyxvia didn't wake up. She was still sleeping soundly, and there was even a trace of sparkling liquid at the corner of her mouth. Su Len looked at the little female dragon expressionlessly and went directly to the other side of the treasury. He opened the storage space and cleared out all the gold inside. Sulen's series of actions didn't wake the little female dragon. This red dragon was sleeping soundly on a large pile of gold and seemed to have sensed some movement. Her body subconsciously grabbed the gold with her claws, and at the same time, she muttered to herself, "Mine, this gold is all mine, and that's soon, just you wait. When I become an adult, I will hang you up and whip you every day." The little female dragon seemed to have dreamt something that made her excited, and she laughed out loud in her dream. Sulen's mouth couldn't help but twitch after hearing this. It seemed that he had been too relaxed with her recently, and she finally spoke her mind in her dream. Su Len sneered. His body flashed, and a trace of coldness appeared in the surrounding air. In the next second, countless ice fog appeared, and before the little female dragon Onyxvia could react, her entire head was frozen. Bang! Who is it? How dare you sneak attack the great lava king and disturb my beautiful dream? I'm going to... The moment the crimson dragon was frozen, she immediately woke up. After a shiver, she broke the ice in an instant. The crimson dragon, who was disturbed from her beautiful dream, roared angrily and wanted to teach the guy who dared to sneak attack her a lesson. But after seeing Su Len standing in front of her, her anger disappeared in an instant, and her roaring throat seemed to be stuck at this moment. "Speak, continue speaking. What are you going to do to me?" Su Len said expressionlessly, his cold eyes sweeping across the red dragon's body. "I will lift you up and spread your wings to fly." The red dragon Onyxvia quickly said, trying to please him. Her mountain-like body also crouched down, looking very obedient. Her expression seemed to be saying, "I am a good baby." "Is that so? Then who was it that said to hang you up and whip you?" Su Len glanced at her and said. Hearing Sulen's words, the red dragon Onyxvia broke out in cold sweat. How did her master know the scene in her dream? Was he so powerful that he could peek into other people's dreams? The red dragon didn't have time to think. She immediately said loudly, "Who is it? How dare you be so unreasonable?" "Master, tell me who it is, and I will capture him immediately for you to punish," the red dragon said righteously. If it weren't for the obvious red dragon characteristics on her body, Su Len would have thought that she was a gold dragon. Speaking of which, Su Len also liked gold royals very much. His whole body was shining with gold, which was the standard of a nouveau riche. Su Len sized up the red dragon in front of him. How long had it been? She had actually learned to lie through her teeth, to keep a low profile, and to follow her heart. This was unbelievable. Red dragons were arrogant by nature and didn't know how to be humble at all. They were all like iron-headed dolls. Now, this little female dragon was enlightened. If she was given enough time to grow, she might also become a famous evil dragon in the multiverse. According to the relevant data and statistics, the red dragons and white dragons had the highest rate of premature death in the multiverse. The white dragons died because of their strength, while the red dragons died because of their arrogance. When they didn't have the strength to roam around, they would rob in a high-profile manner. Those adventurers liked this kind of dragon the most. As long as they were careful, they could get the title of a dragon slayer. Why not? Don't pretend. I'm talking about you. Su Len said coldly. Just now, you said everything in your heart in your dream. Impossible. I want the dragon mother Tiamat to swear that I definitely didn't say anything. The little female dragon said immediately. Su Len didn't say anything. To be honest, the dragon's belief in Tiamat was basically just words. Some dragons didn't even bother to mention it verbally. One could imagine how credible this oath was. Also, I've been here for half a day and you've been sleeping. Is this how you guard my treasure? Su Len deliberately emphasized the word me. The little female dragon was a little hesitant. I'm almost an adult now. I'll be a little sleepy during this period. Also, Master, didn't you say that my original wealth still belongs to me? You remember this very clearly. Su Len said with a cold smile. During the time you were guarding the treasure, a lot of gold was lost. As the guard of the treasure, you didn't fulfill your duty, so your gold was confiscated. Ah! The little female dragon's body instantly straightened up. Master, you can't do this. That's the wealth I've painstakingly accumulated for decades. You're bullying a dragon. That voice was miserable and mournful. It was as if one would cry when one heard it. However, Sulan didn't have any reaction at all. Are you done crying? Are you done? After crying for a while and seeing that Sulan didn't have any reaction, the little female dragon finally stopped her performance. Then let's go, Sulan said and was about to turn and leave. With a flash of light, the little red dragon's huge body disappeared, and a beautiful girl with red hair and an enchanting figure appeared in front of him. Master, where are we going? Didn't you say you were going to carry me and spread your wings and fly high? Sulan looked back at her and said, I'll give you a chance to show off. Onyxvia hung her head and followed Sulan out of the treasure trove dejectedly. When she thought of her gold being gone, the little female dragon couldn't wait to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. However, when she thought of the difference in strength between the two sides, she could only stare weakly at Sulan. That expression made her look like a punching bag. Then Sulan let the little female dragon take him to the sky. The red dragon's huge body was very conspicuous. Although she wasn't an adult yet, as the largest red dragon among the 5 colored dragons, she was now 14 meters long. When she spread her wings, she covered the sky and the sun. Sulan rode on the little female dragon's back and flew quickly in the sky. There was a burst of cheers in North Town City below. In their eyes, their lord had become a legendary dragon knight. With such a powerful lord protecting them, these people felt deeply honored. Giant dragons were indeed a very strong deterrent in this era. There were too few ways for humans to deal with giant dragons. After flying for a while on the little red dragon, Sulan also discovered that the ballista's power was really limited against giant dragons. Using a ballista to attack a giant dragon was like using a rifle to attack an airplane. The success rate was too low. Moreover, compared to an airplane, giant dragons were more than one level more agile. Weapons like the ballista could only hit pterosaurs or other Euron. For real giant dragons, the threat was very limited. Chapter 5:13. Sulan rode on the little female dragon and flew around in the sky. Then he brought her back to the palace and taught her a lesson. This red dragon was a troublemaker, so she needed to be taught a lesson every once in a while. Sulan was happy to see the little red dragon make mistakes, because as long as this was the case, he would have a legitimate reason to train and teach the little red dragon. After all, as an upright king, how could he train and teach a red dragon without making any mistakes and without any reason? Teaching a giant dragon was a very interesting thing. The northern city had been accepting people. Sulan sent many nobles to the North Wind Kingdom. After a period of training, these nobles began to enrich the North Wind Kingdom. Unlike the Kingdom of Florence, the northern city was completely built by Sulan. He had absolute control. These nobles could not do anything here. They could only contribute to the construction of the North Wind Principality. However, for these nobles, working for the North Wind Principality was a very good way out. These people were sent here and lost all their wealth. Many of them did not have any skills. If the northern city did not train them, at least half of these nobles would have starved to death. North Wind Tower, Hathaway's laboratory. Sulan was doing a simulation experiment with Hathaway. With a flash of light, Sulan took off his magic glasses. This time it looks good. It should be a success. I don't know. Let's test it first, Hathaway said as she moved her body. As she spoke, Hathaway picked up the crystal on the experiment table and began to test it. The machine used for testing was very large. After Hathaway put the crystal in, she turned it on. A powerful energy wave came. Then, the machine started up. An irritating sound was heard. The machine was like a train. It was very noisy. Finally, after 5 minutes, the machine stopped. Hathaway turned on the machine. The crystal, which was originally bright and clear, had become damaged. It was full of cracks. It seemed that the crystal would shatter completely with a gentle touch. Looks like the experiment didn't succeed, Su Lin said as he glanced at the crystal. Hathaway shook her head and said, "We've made great progress in this experiment. The hardness and magic resistance of this crystal have already reached 80% of the data we needed. As long as we continue our research, I believe we will be able to obtain the crystal we want very soon." "Alright. You've indeed improved." Su Lin checked the crystal and said. Although the crystal looked cracked, Su Lin looked at it carefully and found that it was still very hard. Su Lin and Hathaway were experimenting with the creation of arcane crystals. These crystals were hard, tough, and had high magic resistance. They were the main materials used to create diamond golems. The diamond golem was a legendary golem. Su Lin and Hathaway had been trying to craft it for a long time. Northwind Tower didn't have all the information on the diamond golem, so they could only research it bit by bit. Although it was called a diamond golem, this legendary golem wasn't made of diamond. It was just that this material looked like diamond and had the hardness of diamond. In fact, this golem used a kind of arcane crystal. Although diamond was hard, it wasn't suitable for making golems. This material had very low toughness. Although it was hard, it was easy to shatter after being hit by other hard objects. Moreover, diamond wasn't resistant to high temperatures. After the temperature reached thousands of degrees Celsius, it would melt, so it wasn't suitable for making golems. Although diamond was produced in large quantities, it had no advantage over crystal. Hathaway's requirements for the arcane crystal were very high. The arcanists had long mastered the craft of artificial crystals. Even artificial diamonds were the same. However, the magic affinity of artificial diamonds was quite different from natural diamonds. After dozens of adjustments, this artificial arcane crystal was close to being used to make diamond golems. The arcane crystal required for diamond golems had to have a molar hardness of at least level 8. At the same time, the requirements for magic resistance were very high. If the required arcane crystal was successfully produced, then the work of building the diamond golem would be almost half done. Su Lin was still looking forward to having these diamond golems in his golem army. Only with diamond golems could the golem army participate in battles above the legendary level. The golem army in the floating city was based on a steel golem, mixed with some diamond golems, mithril golems, adamantine golems, arcane guardian golems, and spellbreaker golems. Even the demon army of the bottomless abyss couldn't resist this level of golem army. This was also the powerful force that the great arcanists used to colonize many planes. Afternoon. Alex returned to the Wizard Tower with good news. Some of the workshops in Harvest City in the south had been sold, and the supplies needed by the Northwind Duchy were also being delivered. The Northwind Duchy caravan was in charge of the transportation, led by Zeon. The Northwind Duchy caravan was now several times stronger than before. With Sullen's support, Zeon's caravan had a large number of soldiers from the Northwind Duchy. These soldiers were very powerful. Even the local nobles' armies were no match for them, let alone bandits. If this caravan turned into bandits, they could easily plunder a large number of nobles' territories. Now, this caravan was in charge of a part of the Northwind Duchy's foreign trade. Many of the Northwind Duchy's products were transported to the south by them. Su Lin was even now considering whether to continue to contact the south and trade with the Anza Kingdom. These kingdoms were more prosperous than Florence. These southern countries were close to the sea and had prosperous maritime trade. Although the Red Dragon Queen had cut them off, they were still very rich. If Su Lin wanted to build a floating city, he would need hundreds of billions of kinnar. If he didn't plunder these countries, how could he build a floating city? What about the cultists? Su Lin asked as he sat in front of his desk. Alex sat on the sofa next to him and ate some snacks. As his power and territory continued to expand, so did the number of things he had to deal with. Su Lin didn't want to be tied up in the study every day, so he would leave some things to his women. Alex now had some information and caravans. He was also tracking down the cultists in the Florence Duchy and the Northwind Duchy. After swallowing the biscuit, Alex picked up the honey fruit tea next to him and took a sip. Ever since the Church of the Soul Snatchers was taken care of, the other cultists have become much more secretive. They still have many spies in the south. These people are just hiding temporarily. When things calm down, they will appear again. Su Lin nodded. They really are like dog skin plasters. Send people to keep an eye on the cultists. The Imperial Secret Guards will listen to your orders. Once you find their nest, report it immediately. Currently, there were basically no cultists in the Northwind Duchy. Su Lin had too much control over the place, so the cultists couldn't survive at all. However, it was different in Florence. There was too much land for the cultists to survive. Xion's caravans had recruited a large number of mercenaries and adventurers in addition to some soldiers from the Northwind City. Although these people weren't very strong, they could be useful in many situations. According to Su Lin, these people were the city's foxes and rats. They were familiar with the various dark sides of the city and the gray areas. They could provide a lot of useful information and combat power for the Kingdom of Florence. Su Lin had been promoting the old city renovation plan of the Kingdom of Florence, but the progress was limited. After all, this kind of renovation cost a lot of money and would also damage the power of the nobles. Therefore, the nobles were not very active. Su Lin could only push it forward bit by bit. At the same time, the Northwind Duchy and the underground world were operating at full capacity. The Northwind Duchy was also continuing to expand. In the Northwind City, there were now 3 legendary masters. Alex was also getting closer and closer to becoming a legendary master. Su Lin gave the remaining divinity to Alex again. With 2 divinity points, her bloodline had become even stronger. Su Lin planned to give the remaining 3 divinity points to Hathaway, Karina, and Phyllis. Divinity was very important to them. Mystery Realm, Nature Oak. This area was shrouded in rich life energy and natural energy. Su Lin had sealed this area, so the outside world couldn't sense any life energy. This was the forbidden area of the entire Northwind Duchy. Even Alex and the others couldn't enter at will without Sullen's permission. The nature oak here already had its own consciousness. After absorbing the nature crystal, this nature oak had become a divine plant. It even had the possibility of becoming a tree of life or a world tree. Of course, the time and resources needed to become a tree of life or a world tree were extremely shocking. Su Lin couldn't afford to raise it now. With such a plant, if he found a lifeless realm in the astral plane, he could use it to transform that realm into one full of life. Of course, it would take a long time to do this. The entire area was shrouded in rich life energy and nature energy. Su Lin planned to wait until the tree stabilized and then arrange for some half-elves to come in. The power emitted by this tree could slowly purify and change the bloodline, making the original elven bloodline richer. Now, this tree had grown to more than 30 meters. It was considered a big tree outside, but it was just the beginning in the nature oak. Chapter 5:14. As for this nature oak, Su Lin intended to wait until he grew up to arrange for a few well-behaved half-elves to live here for a period of time, or treat living here for a period of time as a reward. If the half-elves knew there was a nature oak in the hidden realm, they would be willing to pay any price. With the nature oak, the half-elves would be more loyal to the Duchy of Northwind. Of course, before Su Lin was strong enough, he wouldn't expose the nature oak. It must be known that the nature oak had already begun to evolve. If it were to successfully evolve into an ancient tree, it would produce moon spring water every once in a while. The spring water contained a certain amount of mana that could recover mana and some simple injuries. At the same time, it could be used to make potions. If it could evolve into a tree of life, it would produce a miraculous item like the Fountain of Youth. It could even produce treasures like the Fountain of Life. Of course, it was still very difficult to obtain something like the Fountain of Life. However, for Su Lin, who was already a demigod, the greatest effect of the Fountain of Life was no longer useful to him. The Fountain of Life could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years without any side effects. As long as Su Lin didn't do anything stupid, he could easily live for a few thousand years. Of course, the Fountain of Life had other effects, such as healing injuries, regrowing broken limbs, healing fatal injuries, strengthening vitality, and eternal youth. Approximately 1 milliliter of water of life could restore 10 HP, which was equivalent to healing a minor injury. This effect was only effective on living creatures. The effect of limb regrowth required more water of life, about 100 milliliters. As for healing fatal injuries, it also required at least 100 milliliters. If one wanted to use the fountain of life to increase vitality, they would need to drink more than 1 liter of fountain of life each time. Each time, it would permanently increase vitality by 1 point, and at the same time, it would give them the ability to regenerate. The upper limit of vitality increase is 50 points. This effect can be triggered 10 times. The amount of fountain of life consumed will increase each time. Of course, not many people had the luxury to do so. As for eternal youth and life extension, drinking 1 liter of fountain of life could achieve this effect. It wasn't easy to obtain the fountain of life. At least for now, this nature oak was still very far away. After checking that it was growing normally, Su Len let the tower spirit continue to supply energy to seal the place again and left. Su Len woke up in his palace, which was more than 500 square meters. A new day had begun. Su Len had been reading Hathaway's research materials during this period. He was learning about puzzle solving. The Enigma lock technique required the cooperation of many people. It was a very important magic rune. In order to weave a puzzle, one had to be at least at the legendary level. Su Len was not a legendary wizard yet. Fortunately, he was an advanced legendary warrior and had mastered the field of thunder, so he could perform some simple operations. As for the little succubus Chrissy, because she was a sorcerer, her role was also limited, but some preliminary preparations still needed to be done. Bang! The door of the study was suddenly pushed open. The mahogany door that was hand-carved by a top-notch master in Northern Town heavily hit the wall and bounced back a little. "What's wrong?" Su Len asked when he saw Hathaway rushing in. "The arcane crystal experiment has reached a critical stage, but some materials are not enough." "I need them," Hathaway said in a hurry. "There's money in the treasury. You can just ask someone to buy them?" Su Len asked in confusion. "I already asked someone to buy them, but these materials are all produced in the astral plane. It's very difficult to buy them." "I want to go to the astral plane and collect some," Hathaway said. "The astral plane?" Sullen's eyes lit up. "Yes. The astral plane is very dangerous." "I want you to come with me," Chrissy said without noticing Sullen's expression. "Sure. I've never been to the astral plane before. Let's go." Su Len put down his notes and quickly sat up from his chair. The two went to the wizard tower. The astral plane was a very dangerous place. Wizards would not risk their lives there before they were fully prepared. The astral plane was connected to all the other planes. It had almost endless space, and there were many creatures living in it. Many powerful beings who could not enter the material plane lived in the astral plane, such as the evil gods. There was no air in the astral plane, so it was not easy for all flesh and blood to survive. They had to rely on the half-planes floating in the astral plane. Most of the time, those who traveled in the astral plane were the projections of their souls in energy form, or powerful beings like demigods and saints. Over the years, countless people had entered the astral plane, and countless people had died there. In the end, the astral plane became a huge garbage dump. Of course, there were a lot of treasures in this garbage dump. If you were lucky, you could even find the bodies of ancient gods, hidden half-planes, the capitals of fallen gods, broken floating cities, interstellar battleships, and so on. Hathaway came to the astrology platform. It was not easy to enter the astral plane. There was a protective layer around the main material plane. Wizards called it the earth membrane. This earth membrane was actually a manifestation of the plane's will. It prevented powerful creatures from entering the main material plane, but at the same time, it was not easy for people to leave, but it was much easier than entering. A rune circle was quickly set up on the astrology platform. Su Len and Hathaway did not plan to go to the astral plane with their physical bodies. They planned to use their soul projections. In fact, there were many ways for wizards to travel to the astral plane. Other than soul projection, some wizards also liked to use cloning to create clones. Some wizards would create powerful golem puppets and let a part of their soul control the golem puppets to enter the astral plane. Su Lin and Hathaway planned to use soul projections to enter the astral plane this time. After the rune circle was set up, Hathaway and Su Lin stood in the middle of the rune circle. Milky Way opened the energy channel, and light blue elemental energy rushed out. Soul projection. Astral gate. Powerful magical energy gathered, and a door emitting a strange light appeared in the middle of the rune circle. Then, a soul projection appeared in front of them. Su Lin felt his body suddenly become light, and then he saw a familiar body. It was his body, and the body next to it was Hathaway's. It was a strange feeling to see your own soul projection. After inspecting his own body, Su Lin did the same. A soul flashing with a light golden brilliance appeared in front of him. There were flashes of lightning in the soul projection, and at the same time, there was a soul fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate. Hathaway's soul projection was not as powerful as Sullen's, but it was still extraordinary. A large number of runes could be seen flashing on her soul projection. After a while, the two directly entered the astral gate that was already opened. A dazzling light flashed, and the two soul projections instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. The feeling of the soul leaving the body was very strange. It was like removing a sandbag from the body, and the whole body suddenly became light. This was the first time Sullen's soul projection left his body. The whole soul projection was so light that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. This was not Sullen's complete soul. It was only a part of his soul. After being shaped into a soul projection by a spell, it went through the astral gate and went to the astral world. The soul projection was not the whole soul. It was only a small part of the soul. If the soul projection died in the astral world, it would not cause the body to die together with it. Instead, it would cause some damage to the soul, and the consequences would be a splitting headache, a trance, and a serious impact on the intelligence. Of course, if the soul was slightly damaged, it would recover after a while. However, if the soul was severely damaged, it would need a priest to cast an advanced repair spell. Of course, it could also be done by a wizard, but the wizard would need to use soul crystals to do so. The soul projection was only a part of the soul, so the strength of the soul projection would be lower than before. There was also another reason. The soul projection could not bring the original equipment, unless the item was a legendary creation. Then, the soul projection could use a spell to shape a projection and let the soul projection use it. Sullen's soul projection inherited about 70% of his strength. This was mainly because Sullen's body was too strong. Hathaway's soul projection inherited about 90% of his strength. After going through the astral gate, a feeling like a fish in water was transmitted from the body. The abundant energy in the astral world entered the body. The concentration of various kinds of energy in the astral world was far higher than in the material plane. The contact between the soul and the energy was deeper. There were many spells that did not need to be chanted and could be cast instantly. Even the casting time of legendary spells was reduced by half. Su Lin and Hathaway held hands tightly. It was the first time they came to the astral world. In the past, they had only seen descriptions of the astral world in books. Since it was their first time here, the two of them were very curious. At this time, there was a huge plane under their feet. It was the world they were in. Countless stars were shining in the distance. They could see a large amount of dark matter and the silver dust of the astral world. The two of them were at the edge of the planet. The most eye-catching thing was the two moons above their heads. What was it like to see the moon in the astral world? Su Lin could tell you that it was big, very big. One of the two moons was silver, and the other was slightly blue. The two moons were still very far from the planet. It was not easy to go there. Su Lin looked at the planet they lived on. He had to admit that the planet was very big. Su Lin roughly calculated its diameter. It was half the diameter of the Earth in his previous life. Standing in the astral world, they could clearly see the entire terrain of the planet. Chapter 5:15. From the astral plane, the planet they lived on was very similar to Earth. The North and South poles were also covered in thick layers of ice. The blue ocean occupied most of the planet's surface. This is the world we live in? It looks so beautiful, Hathaway said in surprise. Standing in the astral plane, one could see that there were 9 continents on the planet. The continent Su-Len was on was in the northern hemisphere. To the south was a continent. Although it was called a continent, it looked more like a large island. Most of the continent was covered in a layer of green vegetation. To the east of the continent where the Kingdom of Florence was, there was another continent across a strait. This continent was bigger than the one Su-Len was on. From the northern wasteland to the southeast was the ocean. Through the ocean, one could reach the other continent. In the southern sea of the continent, there were a large number of islands scattered around. There were at least tens of thousands of islands. This was the Southern Sea, the area with the most developed sea trade. To the north of the northern wasteland was an endless glacier. It was a world of ice and snow. To the south was a continent covered in ice and snow. On the other side of the planet, there was also a continent. Below this continent was a slightly smaller continent across a strait. In the southern hemisphere, there were also 4 continents of different sizes. I didn't expect the world we live in to be so big. I wonder what those continents look like. Su-Len said with emotion. If there's a chance, I'll travel to those continents. Right? We're here to collect materials. Let's get started. Hathaway interrupted Su-Len's imagination. She then pointed at the astral plane. Then let's get started. Su-Len nodded. To move in the astral plane, one had to rely on flying spells or teleportation spells. Because there were very few materials in the astral plane, the teleportation distance was very far. With the help of the landmarks in the astral plane, one could teleport tens of millions of kilometers or even more. Because there was no air and gravity, flying spells in the astral plane were very fast. They could easily break through the speed of sound. If they continued to accelerate, they could even reach a few or even a dozen times the speed of sound. After Su-Len and Hathaway observed for a while, they quickly found an area rich in materials. There was a lot of dust in the astral plane that was invisible to the naked eye. One of them was astral dust, but it couldn't be seen with the eyes. One could only search for it with spells or other things. Only when the astral dust underwent some changes or was integrated with other energy would ordinary people be able to see it with their naked eyes. After a large amount of astral dust was gathered, it would form a smoke-like golden color. Under normal circumstances, it would be a silver-white dust belt. It was like looking at the Milky Way from afar. Astral sand would emit a faint light. If it was fused with other substances, it would turn into various colors. For example, the silver rings that surrounded the planet due to gravity were more than 70% astral sand. Greater teleportation. Su-Len and Hathaway instantly appeared thousands of kilometers away. There was a lot of astral dust around them. Besides astral dust, there were also some other astral substances. Hathaway gently waved her hand. A light flashed, and the surrounding silver substances began to gather in the middle. Hathaway took out a crystal-clear bottle. Then, the silver substances began to gather in the crystal bottle. After seeing Hathaway start to collect materials, Su-Len also took out the crystal bottle. A large amount of astral substance was collected in the bottle. The crystal bottle was a space bottle that Hathaway specially made. It had about 10 cubic meters of space inside. Although the astral substance seemed to be a lot, it was actually very small. Soon, all the surrounding silver dust ribbons were collected in the bottle. After collecting the astral substance here, the two continued to collect in another area. There was a lot of astral dust, but it was all scattered in the astral plane. It was very troublesome to collect it. After collecting it, they had to go back and use runic circles to refine and purify it. In the end, they could obtain the silver astral sand. Just as Su-Len and Hathaway were collecting astral substance, in the deeper astral plane, a light quickly approached. After a while, Su-Len noticed it. "What's that?" Su-Len asked, pointing at the rapidly approaching light. "Could be a comet or a half-plane." Hathaway glanced and said, "Maybe if we're lucky, it's a half-plane?" Su-Len said with a smile. Hathaway rolled her eyes. Even if we encounter a half-plane, we won't be able to catch it if we're not prepared. Just as the two of them were talking, the beam of light quickly approached them. When it got closer, Sulin finally saw what the light was. It really was a half-plane. It was different from the planet that Sulin and the others lived on. This was a gigantic half-plane. The outer layer was a gray iris that looked like a translucent eggshell. Inside was a complete world. This half-plane didn't have the structure of a planet, but looked more like a continental shelf. This was a half-plane that was born in the astral plane. If no one disturbed it, after decades or even centuries, with the endless energy of the astral plane as a supply, this half-plane would grow land, rocks, mountains, seas, air, plants, and so on. In the end, it would evolve into a half-plane that could support intelligent life. If one was lucky enough, the demi-plane could even grow into a prime material plane. However, the probability was too low. Many demi-planes would slowly die in the process of growth. Some demi-planes would stop growing after reaching a certain size. Only a small number of demi-planes would continue to grow into prime material planes. This gigantic half-plane flew by not far from the two of them. Like a comet, it flew by in front of their eyes and then quickly disappeared from Sulin's sight. However, this half-plane didn't leave nothing behind. It left a large amount of silver dust in its wake. Sulin and Hathaway immediately teleported over and continued to collect there. The space of the astral plane was almost endless. It was an almost infinite space. If you kept going up in the astral plane, you would encounter a layer of crystal wall. Around the crystal wall, you could see countless divine kingdoms. Those divine kingdoms looked like stars from the outside. The projections of these divine kingdoms would also appear in the night sky of the material plane. Of course, only the divine kingdoms of gods with faith in this plane would be projected. If you saw stars falling from the sky in the material plane, it was very likely that a god had fallen. In addition to these, there were also some space-time storms and space-time turbulences. Some space-time turbulences could affect a very large area. Being caught in a space-time turbulence was equivalent to being attacked by dimensional slash at all times. Even legendary wizards would die if they were caught in it. In the endless time, countless people had died in the astral plane. There were also many people who were lost in the astral plane. Although the astral plane was said to be connected to all the planes, it was too vast. Even if you entered, you might not be able to find the passage to other planes. Without a half-plane, wizard tower, or floating city to rely on, once you were caught in the space-time turbulence, you would be like an ordinary person being washed away by a flood. Therefore, the level requirement of an astral plane explorer was above level 30, and an astral plane traveler was level 35. As for the top astral plane traveler, the level requirement was level 40. Only the strong of this level could travel in the astral plane. When traveling in the astral plane, one had to be careful of several creatures. The most dangerous one was the evil gods, but these evil gods usually lived in the lower planes and rarely came to the astral plane. Next were the abominations and ancient evil creatures. There were many corpses of gods in the astral world, and many abominations were born from these corpses. They were full of hatred for all life from the moment they were born. They were powerful and very dangerous. Then there were the Githyankis, the indigenous people living in the astral plane. They were a kind of humanoid life. They were aggressive and quite warlike, and there were a lot of them. The chances of encountering evil gods or ancient evil creatures were very low. Most of the monsters were sealed by the ancient gods of order. The Githyankis were born with powerful psionic spells. This race was enslaved by the spirit-sucking monsters a long time ago. The spirit-sucking monsters established a huge empire in the astral plane. However, it was later overthrown by the Githyankis. The Githyankis and the spirit-sucking monsters were mortal enemies. They fought to the death when they met. Now, there were very few spirit-sucking monsters in the astral plane. The Grey Dwarfs had the same experience. Many of the Grey Dwarfs had their minds distorted because of the spirit-sucking monsters' enslavement. However, they eventually gained powerful psionic power and got rid of the spirit-sucking monsters' enslavement. From this point of view, the spirit-sucking monsters could also help their slaves evolve psionic power. It was said that during the Arcane Empire, many arcanists deliberately captured a lot of spirit-sucking monsters to conduct this experiment. The Githyankis had good magic technology. They would build huge astral warships or astral fortresses in the astral plane. This race seemed to have obtained some technology from the Arcane Empire, but the technology they obtained was not perfect. The combat power of those astral fortresses was not as strong as imagined. Su-Len quickly collected the astral plane's matter along the silver smoke left by the half-bit wall. The smoke would gradually dissipate over time, so he had to hurry. However, just as Su-Len was collecting along the trail, a strong suction came from another place and was constantly absorbing the astral plane's matter. After a while, the surrounding astral plane's matter was swept away. The crystal bottle in Sullen's hand could not compete at all. Seeing this phenomenon, Sullen's figure flashed and was ready to check it out. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a whale-like creature smacking its mouth and flying to another silver smoke area. Is this an astral whale? Su-Len looked at the behemoth in surprise. Chapter 5:16. In the dark void, specks of starlight twinkled, and in the distance, silvery white smoke was like ribbons, looking magnificent. A huge monster shook its head, and then its huge mouth, which was big enough to swallow a small mountain, quickly sucked the surrounding astral matter into its mouth. In just a few breaths, the surrounding astral matter was all swallowed up. Astral whale. Hathaway looked at the huge monster in the distance and exclaimed, "It seems that our luck is really good. Not only did we encounter a half-bit wall, but we also encountered an astral whale." "Let's go somewhere else," Su-Len said, looking at the astral whale in front of him. The astral whale was very big, and its skin was rough and thick, but it was gentle and would not take the initiative to attack. Very few people would attack them because these guys were too big and difficult to kill. It was said that the astral whale was the descendant of Leviathan. Leviathan was a terrifying abomination that lived in the same era as the ancient gods of order. However, with the end of the era of the ancient gods of order, Leviathan also disappeared. Some myths said that Leviathan was killed by the gods, and there were also documents that recorded that it was sealed in a corner of the multiverse. In comparison, Su-Len believed in myths more. The myths of this world were not fabricated. Many of the myths recorded things that had happened before. After leaving this area, Su-Len and Hathaway continued to collect astral matter until the crystal bottles in their hands were full. They then left the astral world. Hathaway activated the space waymark of the teleportation circle. With a flash of light, she had determined the location of the wizard tower. Bitwall teleportation. With a flash of light, Su-Len and Hathaway were enveloped by this flash of light. The next second, the two figures disappeared from the astral world. Northern Wilderness, North Wind Tower, Astrology Platform. A flash of light appeared, and Su-Len and Hathaway's souls fell like meteors, flying to their bodies in the wizard tower. For a moment, light and shadow intertwined. When Su-Len opened his eyes again, he was already back in the wizard tower. Milky Way, close the energy channel. Hathaway finished casting and the runic array under her feet quickly dimmed. Planar teleportation consumed a lot of mana. If she wanted to explore the astral plane in the future or travel to the astral plane, she would need to establish a stable astral gate. Let's take a look at our harvest this time. After closing the astral gate, Hathaway said with a greedy look, "For you." Su-Len smiled and handed the crystal bottle to Hathaway. Many of the following tasks would require the use of astral sand. Hathaway took the crystal bottle and looked at it. So many materials. How long will it take to refine them? You asked for it. Su-Len chuckled. No, I can't be the only one refining it. I still have a lot of things to do. Hathaway seemed to have thought of something and she shook her head. In any case, the technique required to purify the astral sand isn't too advanced. Let's divide it evenly between everyone. With this astral sand, the arcane crystal can also be used for the final stage of the experiment. In that case, The materials for making the diamond golem are almost complete. We can consider making the diamond golem now. With the diamond golem, the golem legion will be officially established. But the diamond golem technique is still lacking. Whatever, I'll just try a few more times. Hathaway looked at the astral dust in the bottle and couldn't help but smile. Soon, Su-Lin and Hathaway called Karina, Grace, Alex, Locke, and Andre over and distributed some astral dust for them to refine. After the distribution, Su-Lin also brought some astral dust to the seclusion room. The astral dust itself was not outstanding in all aspects, but after refining the astral sand, all aspects of its performance would be improved. After the astral sand was integrated with other materials, its hardness and toughness would be greatly improved and it would also have a good magical property. After adding the astral sand, the arcane crystal could almost meet the technical requirements for making the diamond golem. In addition to these, there were many other materials that also required astral sand. For example, some astral sand was added to magical steel during the forging process to finally produce Titan steel. It was very strong in both hardness and magical conductivity, and also had good ductility and high plasticity. It would be an important material for many constructs in the future. Titan steel was a bluish-silver metal that was used in large quantities in the process of making arcane guards and spellbreakers. A crystal bottle contains 10 cubic meters of astral dust. If you want to smelt astral sand with this, you'll need to use elemental fire to refine it. 20 cubic meters of astral dust can be smelted into about 20 kilograms of astral sand, which will be enough for a while. It seems that I'll have to make time to collect astral dust in the future. Su-Lin and Hathaway did not find any astral sand in the astral plane that had taken shape. The two of them collected the astral dust scattered in the astral plane. This dust contained a lot of impurities, but these impurities were not all useless. They could still be refined into other things, such as astral crystals. This was a kind of dark blue crystal-like thing that had very good magical conductivity and was an important material for making many enchanted constructs. In the laboratory, Su-Lin opened the elemental channel, activated the runic matrix inside, and summoned the elemental fire. A swaying dark blue flame appeared above the runic matrix. Then, Su-Lin took out the crystal bottle. With a flash of light, wisps of silver smoke slowly flowed out of the bottle. Under the influence of an invisible force, the smoke and dust quickly came to the elemental fire and burned. The smoke and dust in the crystal bottle flowed out continuously like a trickle. As the elemental fire burned continuously, drops of silver liquid appeared in front of them. With a flash of light, the silver liquid instantly flew to the outside of the runic matrix and condensed into silver particles that were smaller than sesame seeds. This was astral sand. The purification of astral sand was not difficult. What needed to be paid attention to was the temperature of the elemental fire and the smelting time. After 2 days, Su-Lin finally smelted all the astral dust in his hand into astral sand. Su-Lin finally weighed it and found that it weighed about 5 kilograms. After giving the refined astral sand to Hathaway, Su-Lin prepared to go to San Filto City. He had been very busy during this time and had not been to San Filto City for more than a month. As a king, Su-Lin was not in the capital for most of the year, which could be said to be very incompetent. During this time, Phyllis was in charge of the work in Florence. When Su-Lin came here through the teleportation matrix, it was already night time. Phyllis and Su-Lin had not seen each other for a while. This time, part of the time was to deal with the affairs of the Kingdom of Florence, and the other part was to gradually get to know Phyllis and Sandy. After all, they were newlyweds, and they could not always be separated. Thinking of this, Su-Lin's heart was burning. After all, when an eel starved to the end, there would always be a abalone. Su-Lin came to the palace and walked directly to Phyllis's bedroom. Without any delay, Su-Lin soon arrived at Phyllis's palace. When he entered the palace, Phyllis and Sandy were chatting. Seeing Su-Lin suddenly come, they were very surprised. When they were about to say something, Su-Lin had already carried them up. Then, the surrounding maids immediately retreated outside the palace. The entire bedroom was sealed, and no one was allowed to come close. Then, the sound of rain breaking banana leaves came from the palace. Between the valleys, the bottom of the flowers is slippery, and the spring water flows hard under the ice. A poem began to be recited, and Phyllis and Sandy followed along to learn. After the silver vase breaking, the water splashing, and the cavalry charging out, the poem finally came to an end and entered a harmonious state. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sulin asked the maids to bring some food. Is everything going well in San Filto City during this time? Did anything happen? Not bad, those nobles are very obedient. The city renovation plan you made has been progressing steadily, Phyllis said while panting. She had the blood of the red dragon, so her physical strength was very good. Among Sulin's women, she was only second to Chris and Alex. How about Harvest City? Did anything happen during this time? Sulin asked while chewing the barbecue. Phyllis rolled her eyes and said, You just killed a lot of people there, and exiled so many nobles. How long has it been? Now those nobles are all as obedient as babies. Why would they dare to cause trouble? Those nobles are all greedy by nature, and they don't want to make progress. They also hindered my reforms, rebelled against the country, and some even joined evil cults. Killing all of them is too easy for them, Sulin said without a care. If those people don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how to behave. It is indeed a bit outrageous. Phyllis had almost recovered. She got up and put on a bathrobe to wash her body in the hot spring. She was sweating all over and felt very uncomfortable. I just sent a batch of new graduates from San Filto Academy to Harvest City. Harvest City is almost on the right track now, Phyllis said as she got up to take a bath. Sulin reached out and took off the towel. Long legs, a slim waist, and a jade bowl in front of her chest. She was very beautiful. Let's take a bath together. No, I can't take a bath with you. Phyllis knew Sulin's personality very well. She didn't even think about it and rejected him. However, she was no match for Sulin. A spear move like a dragon, Overlord Spear Thrust, followed by 7 Snake Spear Coiling Spear. Phyllis's Red Dragon Warlock's Flame Breath was also blocked. Sulin stretched out his arms and picked up Xanthi, who had not recovered yet. The three of them went to the hot spring nearby to take a bath. The hot spring in the palace was very beautiful. Steam filled the air, making it look like a paradise on earth. Chapter 517. Hundreds of millions of soldiers were killed in one night of battle. Sulin was checking Sandy's body. Don't get me wrong. He was checking her body and blood. Although it looked like most humans were normal humans without any mixed blood, this was not the case in the world. After dozens of generations, there might be mixed blood from other races. However, after so many times of mixing, the proportion was very low. Most of the heroes in the ancient times were mixed blood. There were many races in this world. After a long history, almost all of them had mixed blood. According to the wizard's research, many humans had a very weak trace of dragon blood in their bodies, which might have been mixed into their bloodline in the ancient times. For example, the northern barbarians had a very weak trace of giant blood in their bloodline. However, this bloodline was too weak. Generally speaking, as long as there was more than 90% human blood in their body, they were considered pure humans. Sulin was checking the bloodline in Sandy's body. Among all of his women, only Sandy was still a normal human. This was not good. Normal humans would age too quickly, and they would not last long. Sulin liked the old, but he also liked the new. Therefore, in order to increase the lifespan and durability of Sandy, he decided to increase her power. The best way to increase power was to become a bloodline warlock. She did not need to study hard. Once awakened, she would have great power. Of course, if she wanted to go further, she would need to study hard and learn more. Sulin had just checked Sandy's potential. Her bones were a bit thin, which was very good for a girl's body. However, it was not good for a warrior. Therefore, Sandy was not suitable to be a warrior or other close combat professions. Sulin checked her power of the will with a crystal ball. Sandy's power of the will was very normal, barely reaching the bottom line of a wizard. It would be difficult for her to become an official wizard. After thinking for a while, Su Lin decided to let Sandy become a warlock. After becoming a warlock, her body would be improved, and she would awaken spells. She could try to become a wizard in the future. However, Su Lin had not decided which bloodline to give her. There were many types of sorcerers, but the most powerful ones were the dragon blood sorcerers and the divine blood sorcerers. They had the blood of dragons and the blood of gods, respectively. Although their spell-casting abilities were weaker than wizards, their combat power was not much worse. Su Lin couldn't get a god spirit blood pulse. After all, most of the divine-favored sorcerers were descendants of gods. He could try a dragon blood pulse, though. Su Lin's mount, the little female dragon, was a red dragon. However, the consequences of extracting the bloodline were also quite serious. The little female dragon's strength would be greatly reduced. Su Lin wouldn't go so far as to attack the little female dragon. Furthermore, if the bloodline was fused with a weak bloodline in the body, there was a chance that the bloodline would be activated and the concentration of the bloodline would increase. What Su Lin didn't expect was that, after a series of tests, Sandy actually had some fairy blood in her body. Fairies were a species that was almost extinct on this continent. Fairies were creatures of nature. There were many types of fairies, such as water fairies, flower fairies, big fairies, and many more. Fairies had pointy ears, green or golden hair, and beautiful facial features. They were born with magic, loved peace, and were good at illusions and nature spells. They were not good at fighting, so there were very few of them. However, for various reasons, many of these fairies were captured. For example, flower fairies. They were also called flower fairies or little fairies. They looked like humans, but they had a pair of transparent wings on their back. They were only about 15 centimeters tall, and they could take care of the plants. Many wizards had captured flower fairies in the past, and flower fairies could be used to make fairy dust. Fairy dust was used in many experiments, and many people had captured flower fairies for profit. Tree fairies were similar to fairies, but they were shorter than fairies. They were about 1.5 meters tall, and they also had a pair of translucent wings. They lived in the forest, and they were good at nature's spells and illusions. They were also good at growing plants, and they were good at herbology. The blood in Sandy's body should be the blood of the green fairy, but it was too weak. It was only about 3% of the blood in her body. It was basically impossible to awaken it with such a low concentration. It was also almost impossible to find a fairy and extract her blood. There had been no traces of fairies on this continent for thousands of years. Maybe there were fairies living in some remote and dangerous areas, but it was very difficult to find them. Oh right, nature oak. Su Lin suddenly thought of the nature oak in the mystery realm. Tree fairies and nature oak trees could live together. At the same time, just like fairies, nature oak trees could activate fairy blood. Although Sandy's fairy blood was very thin, it could still be activated through nature oak trees. As long as she activated her fairy bloodline and became a fairy sorcerer, Su Lin had many ways to improve Xanthi's fairy bloodline. The simplest way was divinity. By giving Xanthi a trace of divinity, she could increase the density of her fairy bloodline. It would take time for nature oak trees to activate Sandy's tree fairy blood. The main reason was that nature oak was still too young and had not fully grown. Although Su Lin had given it 2 nature god crystals to evolve into an ancient tree, it still needed time. If nature oak successfully evolved into an ancient tree, then it would only need to cast an initiation spell to awaken the fairy blood in her body. Now, Su Lin could only let Sandy learn wizard knowledge and meditation techniques while living around nature oak trees. This was how to activate the bloodline. In fact, if Su Lin took a bit of divinity from his body and put it into Sandy's body, it could also awaken her bloodline. However, Su Lin's divinity was just enough for him to become a demigod. There were many things that could enhance fairy blood, so Su Lin was not worried about Sandy's bloodline being weak. The nature god crystals he gave to nature oak trees last time could also work, and they were very effective. He could only give them to her in the future. Su Lin stayed in San Filto City for a week to finish up all the work he had to do during this time. Then, he brought Sandy back to Northern Town City. As soon as they arrived, Su Len went to Northern Wind Academy and helped Sandy with her enrollment. At the same time, he gave her access to the Mystery Realm and the Wizard Tower. At night, Sandy needed to return to the Mystery Realm to live. Su Len purposely built a treehouse next to nature oak trees for her to live in. The nature energy from nature oak trees would constantly nourish her body. In the end, it would activate the fairy blood in her body. After making arrangements for Sandy, Su Len left the Mystery Realm. As soon as he arrived at the Wizard Tower, he heard Hathaway's voice calling for him. When Su Len came to the astrology platform, Hathaway excitedly rushed to him. "Look, the arcane crystal is made. Now we can try to make a diamond golem," Hathaway said excitedly as she hugged Su Len. She held a palm-sized crystal in her hand and asked Su Len for praise. Did the hardness and magic resistance meet the requirements? Su Len took the crystal and checked it. "You can try," Hathaway said. Su Len put more force into his palm. He was now stronger than a dragon. Such a strong force did not cause any obvious cracks on the arcane crystal. Of course, it would be different if he attacked with a weapon. "Not bad," Su Len said as he played with the arcane crystal. "So can we make a diamond golem now?" "We can try. We have some information about the diamond golem. Although it's not perfect, I've already repaired it." "We can repair it as we make it," Hathaway said. "By the way, the diamond golem needs a legendary soul crystal as its soul core. This must be prepared." "A legendary soul crystal? I've already prepared it." Su Len took out a legendary soul crystal from his storage space. In fact, Su Len had an advanced legendary soul crystal. The quality of this soul crystal was very high. Su Len planned to use it to make a stronger construct. The soul core of the diamond golem was enough to use a legendary soul crystal. After the diamond golem is made, we can try to make mithril golems, adamantine golems, arcane guards, and magic breakers. Hathaway said excitedly. "We don't have that many soul crystals." Su Len shrugged. Ordinary soul crystals were not difficult to get, but legendary soul crystals were very precious. The places with the most soul crystals were the bottomless abyss and Bator. Demons had more soul crystals, but the quality of the soul crystals in the hands of devils was much higher. If you wanted to get a large number of soul crystals, both the bottomless abyss and Bator could satisfy you, but you had to be able to come back alive. The challenge level of the bottomless abyss and Bator was level 16. This meant that only those above level 16 could try to enter these two planes. The environment in the bottomless abyss was very harsh. Volcanoes, heat, poisonous smoke, magma, dryness, negative energy, and so on. Ordinary humans could not survive at all. Only those above level 16 could move around here. "It seems that we need to make an astral gate to travel between planes," Hathaway said as she got up from Sullen's arms. "The souls of those demons can also be made into soul crystals. Also, they have divine power." Su Len blinked. It was obvious that Su Len had his eyes on those demons. They were at least at the legendary level. By the way, the Church of the Soul Snatchers has a way to summon demons. We can let them try. Su Len suddenly thought. The Church of the Soul Snatchers had dealt with demons too many times. He could rely on these cultists to summon demons. Chapter 518. Su Len had arranged for the members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers to stay in Harvest City. Phyllis had sent many of her men there, including a few high-ranking members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers. Since Su Len wanted to deal with the demons, it was necessary for him to learn more about the situation from these high-ranking members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers. "Sir, the members of the Church of the Soul Snatchers have arrived. Are you ready to meet them now?" A servant asked respectfully in the study. Su Len nodded and put down the documents. "Let them in." "Please wait a moment." The servant bowed and took 2 steps back before leaving. Soon, 2 middle-aged men were brought in by the guards. "Your Majesty, they are here." "Understood. You may leave." Su Len nodded at the guard. After the door to the study closed, Su Len looked at the 2 higher-ups of the Church of the Soul Snatchers. Both of them were in their 40s, and their hair was neatly combed. Their eyes were deep and lustrous, and they had a scholarly aura. They looked like scholars. No one would have thought that these two were actually cultists, and cultists who dared to scheme against abyssal demons and demon gods. Now that you have acknowledged Hathaway as your master, I will not pursue the matter from before. But without my orders, you are not to perform any sacrificial rituals for demons and demons, Su Lin said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. The two men did not hesitate. After all, Phyllis had already told them to do so. By the way, other than the method you used last time, do you have any other way to summon a demon? Su Lin asked. You mean we don't have to perform a blood sacrifice to summon a demon? The tall, skinny middle-aged man asked. Yes. Su Lin nodded. We do, but we need something else as a sacrifice. The man glanced at Su Lin and said embarrassedly, ordinary intermediate demons have to pay intermediate soul crystals, while higher demons have to pay advanced soul crystals. Also, we don't know which demon will be summoned. We need to see which demon responds to the summoning circle to summon it. This kind of summoning has a time limit. When the time is up, they will return to the abyss. As expected, Su Lin was a little disappointed. These people used to be in the blood sacrifice business. They had never studied normal summoning spells. However, this was within his expectations. Next, Su Lin asked about the Church of Soul Snatchers' methods of worshipping demons and evil gods. Then he waved his hand and dismissed them. Su Lin did not find a simpler way to summon demons. The price of using blood sacrifice was too high, and he did not intend to use this method. He could only put this problem aside for the time being. Maybe I can do it again like how I trained the kobolds? Su Lin thought to himself. I wonder if those demons are picky. If they don't like the flesh and soul of the kobolds, then this sacrifice would have been for nothing. After thinking about it for a long time, Su Lin finally decided to give it a try on a small scale. It was better to leave it to the spirit snatchers. After all, they were professionals. If he could not rely on blood sacrifice to summon demons, he would have to go to the abyss himself if he wanted to obtain a large number of soul crystals. Su Lin was very curious about the abyss. After all, although it was a dangerous place, it was also rich in resources. Many legendary wizards and other legendary powerhouses would travel to the abyss. The first layer of the abyss was the 10,000 Abyss Plane. It was the closest to the material plane and bordered the Hell of Bator. Since ancient times, the war here had never stopped. Every once in a while, the demons would launch a bloody battle to attack the demon fortress. Many legendary demons had been honed in these bloody battles. Su Lin was now an advanced legendary. It was not difficult to go to the abyss. As long as he did not provoke the demon lords, he would not be in any danger. After hesitating for a while, Su Lin decided to go to the abyss. After all, he was preparing to build the steel golem production line. He needed a large number of high-grade soul crystals. If he wanted to obtain a large number of soul crystals, the abyss was the easiest place. In fact, soul crystals were the currency in interplane transactions. Small transactions would use gold and jewels, but large transactions would usually use soul crystals. There were many planar merchants in the multiverse. These merchants formed caravans and traded with each other in various planes. The basic currency they used was soul crystals. Of course, if they didn't have soul crystals, they could also use other precious materials to exchange for them. For example, high-quality magic gems, earth crystals, natural divine crystals, and other precious materials. The most valuable thing was divinity. Yes, divinity could also be traded, but basically, they would only buy and not sell. Although there were many dimensional merchants, it wasn't easy to meet one. After all, there were too many dimensions in the astral plane. If it wasn't for the fact that your dimension was very prosperous and had a glorious arcane civilization, dimensional merchants were very rare. After all, it was easier to get good things by trading with these prosperous planes. Of course, if they encountered a more primitive plane, these plane merchants would be happy to trade with those people. This primitive plane had not been developed, and it was very likely to produce some precious materials. They would often pay a small price to obtain a large number of precious materials. The arcane civilization of the plain Sulen could only be said to be average, and there were very few plain merchants coming to patronize. After patrolling around the secret realm and finding no problems, Sulen went to the wizard tower to look for Hathaway. He still had to be careful when going to the bottomless abyss. He planned to ask Hathaway to help him teleport there and set the return waymark at the same time. It was better to be careful when going to the bottomless abyss for the first time. You're going to the bottomless abyss? Hathaway looked at Sulen in surprise. Yes. Sulen nodded, then leaned on the sofa next to him. There are demons everywhere. It's very dangerous, Hathaway reminded him. I've already learned about the bottomless abyss before coming here. I know what's going on there. Sulen said seriously, many legendary masters will travel to the bottomless abyss. I'm now a high-level legend, so it's not very dangerous for me. Besides, if it's really dangerous, I'll teleport back directly. Okay, I'll help you teleport there. Hathaway shook her head helplessly. She knew that it was difficult to change Sulen's decision. She could only help him prepare. Keep a low profile when you go to the bottomless abyss. There are no rules there. The bigger fist is the law, Hathaway reminded him. Sulen got up and walked over. He stretched out his arm and hugged Hathaway directly. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Then I'll set up the teleportation circle for you. Hathaway kissed Sulen on the cheek, then got up and began to prepare. Entering the bottomless abyss required the use of plane teleportation, which was very simple for Hathaway. Before this, the two had already entered the astral plane and the fire elemental plane. Setting up this kind of plane teleportation was completed very quickly. Sulen stood on a runic array, and Hathaway made some adjustments again before saying, "Get ready, we'll start." Sulen nodded. Remember to keep a low profile. If there's a problem, immediately teleport back. Don't try to be brave, Hathaway reminded again. Don't worry, I won't take the risk. I can't bear to part with you guys, Sulen said with a smile. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him. Sweet talker. Okay, I'll try to operate it first, Hathaway said as she opened the energy channel. The runic array slowly lit up. After seeing that the teleportation circle was working properly, Heather gestured to Sulen. Get ready. Activate. A dazzling light rose up. The light from the teleportation circle shot into the sky. A wave of spatial fluctuation came. The next second, the teleportation light disappeared with Sulen's figure in an instant from the wizard tower. Dark clouds rolled in the dim yellow sky. The ground was full of stones, and the air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Some ferocious-looking plants grew sparsely around. Barrenness, drought, and chaos represented everything here. There were very few living things here, and animals were even rarer. Occasionally, a mouse would run out of those ferocious vines and quickly disappear. The animals here had been demonized. Even the mice had dark red eyes and sharp fangs. They were very aggressive. A dretch was hiding in the weeds. Its prey was an abyss lizard. Food was very scarce in this desolate land, so it had to be careful. The lizard did not realize that danger was coming. It lay motionless on the rock. Its yellow scales were its best camouflage. Its two eyes were constantly looking around. It was looking for prey. At this moment, on the other side of the mound, a dretch was quietly approaching. Soon, when it was less than a meter away, the dretch suddenly rushed over and grabbed the lizard that was trying to escape. The dretch was very excited. It grabbed a stone and smashed the lizard to death. Then it began to eat. At this time, a light suddenly fell from the sky, and then a figure appeared in this desolate world. This is the abyss? It's really bad. Sulen looked around and said. Seeing the appearance of a human, the dretch was slightly stunned. In its inherited memory, this creature seemed to be called human. Their flesh and soul were very delicious, and they were very weak. The dretch quickly swallowed the lizard, grabbed a rusty blade next to it, and rushed towards the human. The welcome ceremony of the abyss is a bit special. Seeing the dretch rushing over, Sulen smirked and waved his hand gently. A green wind blade instantly formed, then flew over. Blood splashed everywhere. The dretch was directly cut in half by the wind blade. Chapter 5:19. The Plain of 10,000 Abyss was the first layer of the abyss. The area here was very vast, and the environment was harsh. Because of the frequent bloody battles, there were many cannon fodder here. Demons were not as orderly as demons. The Abyss Legion was chaotic. Every Abyss Legion would have a large number of cannon fodder. The dretches always liked to swarm around. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would only take the initiative to attack when they had an absolute advantage in numbers. They were afraid of strong enemies, but they liked to bully weak enemies. Finally, under the cruel law of survival of the fittest in the abyss, they gradually grew into cannon fodder that could set foot on the battlefield. Usually, dretches existed as coolies. Occasionally, they would be driven to the battlefield by high-grade demons to consume the enemy's magic. There were many dretches in the abyss, but less than 1% of them could evolve from dretches to quasits. As for the probability of evolving to a higher-grade flame demon, it was even lower. Under normal circumstances, there might not be one high-grade demon in 10,000 dretches. In the abyss, only high-grade demons could be considered to have escaped the stage of cannon fodder. No one knew exactly how many levels there were in the bottomless abyss, but every level had different characteristics. For example, there was a bone-chilling ice field, a neat swamp filled with poison, a salt pool with rising mist, a land of lava with magma volcanoes, a strange wasteland with fierce north winds, and so on. The characteristics of these planes were all bestowed by the demon lords and evil gods. The abyss was unfriendly to everyone. It was very difficult to survive here. This place was filled with slaughter. Even the newly born soul worms were devouring each other. Only in this way could they get enough energy to transform into low-grade demons. However, evolving into a demon was just the beginning of their life as cannon fodder. Although the law of survival of demons was bloody and cruel, their speed of evolution was very fast. As long as they killed opponents of similar strength, they could absorb their souls to strengthen themselves. In theory, it would only take a few months for a soul worm to evolve into a high-grade demon. Su Len teleported to a relatively remote location in the plain of 10,000 Abyss. There were no high-grade demons around. There were only a few dretches wandering around. Su Luen cast the invisibility spell and the flying spell and chose a direction to move forward. After flying for about 2 hours, Su Len saw a boundless lake in the distance. Just as he was about to approach the lake, a powerful soul wave appeared there. Su Len immediately stopped. This is the mother of worms? In the lake, a gigantic creature slowly floated up. At the same time, a demon egg was sent to the shore by the lake. Thousands of demon eggs began to hatch as soon as they touched the beach. In the blink of an eye, soul worms broke out of their shells. Seeing this, Su Len immediately understood that he had come to the abyssal blood pool, the birthplace of the abyssal demons. After knowing that this was a blood pool, Su Len did not continue to approach. The mother of worms was a special demigod in the abyss. They were the guardians of the blood pool in the abyss, similar to the existence of the demon lord. The abyssal blood pool was the territory of the mother of worms. Here, it controlled everything around it. In the abyssal blood pool, there was even some order. Demons could not attack the soul worms. At the same time, all demons or other creatures were not allowed to approach the abyssal blood pool. Once violated, they would be attacked by the mother of worms. In the abyssal blood pool, the mother of worms could easily kill a powerful Baler under the blessing of the power of the rules. Even the demon lord was not willing to fight the mother of worms here. The law of the jungle was the law here. Being weak was the original sin here. After seeing the abyssal blood pool, Su Len did not continue to move forward. Instead, he changed direction. The plain of 10,000 Abyss could be said to be a mix of good and bad. Here, you could meet many humans, orcs, and elves from the material plane. At the same time, you could also meet creatures from other planes. It was not surprising to meet a plane merchant here. Trading here used souls, so killing and extracting souls was a legitimate job to make money. There were also towns in the plain of 10,000 Abyss. These towns were basically built by the demon lords. There was a set of rules in the towns. These rules were built by the demon lords. After moving forward for more than an hour, Sulen finally saw a town. However, he did not approach it directly. Instead, he hid and observed. Although he had checked the information about the abyss before coming, it was better to see the actual situation in person. This was a dilapidated town. There were not many buildings in the town. Sulen waited outside the town for a while. A six-armed Naga walked out of the town. After confirming that there were no other demons, Sulen's figure flashed and followed. The six-armed Naga was a high-ranking demon in the abyss. It had 6 arms and used 6 long swords. These 6-armed Nagas were very strong. The weapons they used were much heavier than the swords used by human knights. When they attacked, the 6 swords were very fierce. After the 6-armed Naga was some distance away from the town, Sulen began to prepare. He took out the storm halberd from his storage space. With a flash of lightning, he suddenly appeared above the 6-armed Naga's head. The storm halberd slashed down with a fierce wind. Clang! With a loud sound, the 6-armed Naga, who sensed the danger, blocked Sulen's attack. However, the power of the storm halberd forced it back. Its arms became numb and trembled. Sulen did not hold back. His figure flashed and rushed up again. The 6-armed Naga, who was only a high-ranking demon, could not resist the full attack of an advanced legendary. In just one exchange, it was defeated by Sulen. Control Demon. With a flash of light, the 6-armed Naga in front of him immediately became sluggish. After seeing that the 6-armed Naga was under control, Sulen began to ask it about the specific situation of the plane of 10,000 Abyss. In the following time, through this 6-armed Naga, Sulen finally had a clearer understanding of the plane of 10,000 Abyss. The lord of the plane of 10,000 Abyss was a powerful succubus warlock named Red Shroud. Sulen was confused about this race and did not understand why it was called this. The largest city in the plane of 10,000 Abyss was the Broken Zone. It was also the largest trading area. Basically, all the people and other creatures that came to the plane of 10,000 Abyss would come here to trade. Sulen had the Naga tell him everything it knew and then had it draw a map. However, the 6-armed Naga's drawing skills were limited. The map was very abstract and could only be used as a reference. After all the information was obtained, the 6-armed Naga lost its value. Sulen's storm halberd gently slid and beheaded the 6-armed Naga. Soul assimilation. A gem flew up. The 6-armed Naga's soul was instantly bound by a chain and then absorbed by the gem. The originally colorless and transparent gem also turned purple. A high-grade soul crystal. Sulen reached out and played with it for a while. There are indeed a lot of souls in the abyss. With the information given to him by the 6-armed Naga, Sulen began to go to the Broken Zone. Along the way, it was a barren land with no sign of human habitation, not even a blade of grass growing, and a deep red sun scorching the earth. Some demons wandered in 2s and 3s. When Sulen found a high-grade demon, he would secretly sneak over. When they were not paying attention, he would launch a sneak attack. Those high-grade demons were not his match at all. Along the way, Sulen had more than a dozen high-grade soul crystals on him. The Broken Zone was built near a huge pit in the abyss. Around the Broken Zone was a collapsed tower. The rocks next to it were bright red with blood. The blood-red walls were traces of bloody battles in the abyss. Even now, the remains of high-grade demons were inlaid on the walls. The largest building here was the underground tomb, which had a large number of undead creatures. Assassination in the abyss was completely legal. As long as the guards did not discover it, it was not considered murder. Many adventurers who had just arrived here were here. In the underground tomb, there were also many shadow liches. They usually lurked in the underground tomb. Only the Lord here could command them. At the same time, this was a good place to dispose of corpses. A large number of corpses were sent here every day. Those shadow liches had created a large number of ghouls here. It was very dangerous. Sulen entered the town. As soon as he entered, he felt many malicious gazes fall on him. Su Len coldly snorted. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. Those people and demons who had been staring at Su Len suddenly felt their eyes ache. They knew that they had met an expert and hurriedly looked away. There was no such thing as hiding one's strength here. The humans and demons did not hide their auras. After observing the town for a while, Su Len walked towards a market. As soon as he entered the market, he saw many demons. The demons here were all merchants. Of course, as soon as they left the town, these demons would become bandits. In addition to these demons, Su Len also saw some orcs, gray dwarves, and many succubi. The succubi here were quite exposed. They barely covered 3 vital parts. The rift plane had the most succubi except for the territory of the succubi queen. The main reason was that the lord here was also a succubi. One had to be careful when trading here. The merchants would cheat and the transaction had to be settled in person. Once they left, they could only blame it on their bad luck if they were cheated. Of course, if they were discovered during the transaction, the consequences would be very serious. Even now, the corpses of those who dared to court death were still hanging outside the market to be air-dried. Sullen's eyes kept scanning the surrounding succubi. He had to admit that the succubi were really beautiful and full of temptation. After noticing Sullen's eyes, they kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. It seemed that if Su Len curled his finger, they would pounce on him. Chapter 520. The slaughterhouse was the largest trading market in the entire abyssal region. There was nothing that couldn't be traded here. As soon as Su Len entered, he saw some abyssal beastmen hawking their wares. Although these abyssal beastmen's clothes were ragged, their ferocious aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. In addition to the beastman slaves in this market, Su Len also discovered a stall selling food. But from the looks of it, it seemed to be a kind of humanoid life form. Some demons nearby were secretly sizing him up with cunning and evil eyes. They seemed to be judging the strength of this human, wondering if they could eat this human in the wilderness. The demon lord's orders were only effective in the town. Outside the town, no one would care even if the sky and earth were turned upside down. The ugly and terrifying Anababas were looking at Su Len with their turbid eyes. They were playing with the white bone beads in their hands. If one looked closely, they would discover that these white bone beads were actually human skulls shrunk a dozen times. After seeing Su Len, a trace of greed flashed in the Anababa's eyes. One must know that humans were a popular commodity in the abyss. Souls were a popular commodity, and the flesh on the body was a rare delicacy. Su Len could clearly feel the malicious gazes all around him, but he didn't let it go. He came to the abyss this time for the soul crystals, and he was very covetous of the souls of demons and demons. Besides himself, Su Len also discovered many humans here. Most of these humans had sturdy bodies and ferocious faces. Their bodies were surrounded by a fierce aura, and he could even smell the smell of blood on them. At a glance, he knew that they weren't to be trifled with. These humans were basically notorious villains of the prime material plane. They were basically wanted by the church and various kingdoms. In order to escape, they took the risk to enter the abyss. These people's bloody and chaotic ways were very suitable for the abyss. Here, they would quickly be assimilated by the abyss's pollution and eventually turn into a half-demon, half-human form. These people could no longer leave the abyss. Even if they died, their souls would fall into the blood pool, decompose and reassemble, and finally become a soul worm. What attracted Sullen's attention the most was a group of people covered in gray cloaks. These people were not as sturdy as demons. They looked a little tall and thin, and they were surrounded by an evil aura. These people were night witches, herders of the abyss. They collected the wandering soul worms and then sold these souls to demons or demons. At this time, a soul was placed casually next to the night witches not far away. They were obviously going to sell it. How much is this soul? Su Len came to the night witch's stall and asked. 2 soul crystals. The knight's voice was like 2 rough boards squeezed back and forth. That's sullen zest, he said and then walked. At this time, a succubus walked up to Su Len. Her eyes were hot and full of provocation. When she came in front of Su Len, she brazenly rubbed her foul weapon against his arm. Then she winked at Su Len and left. Su Len saw through these succubi very clearly. She thought she hid it well, but in fact, the evil in the depths of her eyes had been exposed long ago. As a high-level succubus, she would absorb the other party's strength and even life force during mating. Often, some newbies would be sucked dry by these succubi. When you go out, don't think that the girls take the initiative to greet you because you are handsome or rich. They are just lusting after your body. Boys should remember to protect themselves when they go out. They should firmly resist those temptations. Otherwise, they would lose everything. It was a small matter if they ran out of ammunition and food. Be careful not to be sucked dry. All the gazes in the surroundings were filled with malice. According to the laws of the material plane, it wouldn't be enough for all of these guys to die 10 times over. If they used a detect evil spell, they would probably all turn red and purple. Su Len strolled around the market. He had to admit that there were many products in the market. Even he was a little jealous of many of them. Unfortunately, he did not have the money to buy them. Su Len glanced around with some regret and left the slaughterhouse. Just as he left, a dozen little tails appeared behind him. Su Len was well aware of these tails. He had just shown himself in the slaughterhouse because of these guys. Otherwise, where would he find high-level soul crystals? Low-level soul crystals were easy to find in the abyss, but high-level ones could only be obtained from high-level demons. There weren't many high-level demons in the wild. Su Len was too lazy to spend a lot of time looking for them in the wild. Now, he had just strolled around and there were at least a dozen high-level demons following him. Su Len pretended to be cautious and sneaked out of Desolate Town. After making sure that those guys were following him, he left the town and walked towards the wasteland. After leaving the town, Su Len immediately quickened his pace and walked towards the depths of the wasteland. It didn't take long for the tails behind him to catch up. The dilapidated and desolate wasteland exuded a faint smell of sulfur. A gust of wind blew, and a rancid smell came from the air. Several rats with blood-red eyes madly attacked Su Len. However, when they were 4 or 5 meters away from him, a lightning flashed and the abyss rat turned into a lump of charcoal. A burnt smell came from the wasteland. Su Len stopped and turned his head to look not far away. Footsteps echoed and a figure appeared in front of Su Len. It was an evil demon. Just you? Su Len frowned slightly. The evil demon didn't have the intention to speak at all. Its figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Su Len. The sharp sword in its hand directly slashed at his neck. It seemed that it wanted to kill him with one blow. But it obviously found the wrong opponent. The moment it appeared, Sullen's storm war halberd instantly struck. Dazzling lightning exploded in an instant. Bang! There was a loud noise. This evil demon that was distorted by the abyss was thin and wrinkled. Under Sullen's exaggerated strength, it was smashed to the ground together with its weapon. Endless lightning instantly wrapped around it. After realizing that something was wrong, the evil demon subconsciously wanted to escape but was paralyzed on the spot. Then, a cold light flashed and endless darkness descended. The evil demon's ugly head flew up, and smelly blood sprayed on the ground. This evil demon was killed by Su Len in one blow. Soul extraction. Soul capture. Sullen's body flashed, and in the next second, the evil demon's gray soul was forcibly pulled out by him. Then, a magic gem appeared. The evil demon's soul was directly sealed in the gem without any resistance. The purple soul crystal fell into Sullen's hand. Not bad, a high-level soul crystal. Su Len played with it for a while and casually put it in his storage space. This time, he went fishing in Desolate Town and lured a lot of bait. Now that the fish had taken the bait, it was time to reap the rewards. Who is it? Su Len suddenly grabbed something behind him, and a palm completely composed of the power of thunder and lightning appeared in an instant. Then he clenched his fist. The big thunder and lightning hand seemed to have caught something, and then a Glabrizu figure was pulled out of the distorted space. Glabrizu. This was a high-level demon from the abyss. This was one of the few demons in the abyss with intelligence. They had violet skin and were proficient in charm. Their combat power was slightly inferior to the Balers. These guys often served as mid-level officials in the demon army in the abyss. Although they were demons, they were different from the chaotic demons. They were one of the few demons that could form a formation. Although Glabrizu also had merchants, they would usually act as bandits. These merchants in the abyss did not have a clean background. In Desolate Town, they were always doing business. In the wild, once they met someone, as long as they felt that the other party was not as strong as them, they would decisively attack. This Glabrizu clearly had bad intentions towards Sulen. While Sulen was fighting with the evil demon, it prepared to sneak an attack. However, it did not expect Sulen to be so strong that the evil demon was defeated in one blow. At this time, it was caught by Sulen before it could get close. The lightning hand instantly grabbed it. Strong lightning continuously entered the Glabrizu's body and paralyzed it. The Glabrizu could not even struggle. At this time, even the stupid demon knew that it had provoked a powerful enemy this time. Sulen's hand tightened. The Glabrizu in front of him did not even have time to speak before it was squeezed into a ball of meat. Endless lightning flashed, and the Glabrizu's body instantly turned into a pile of charcoal. There was a bloody smell in the air. Soul extraction. Confinement. 2 flashes of light flashed. The Glabrizu's soul was skillfully extracted by Sulen and then sealed in a magic gem. A high-level soul crystal was obtained. Sure enough, fishing is the best way. In just a few minutes, he had obtained 2 high-level soul crystals. Sulen was very satisfied with this efficiency. Next, Sulen did not wait for the demons to attack. He had already made his move. It was hard to guarantee that the demons would notice. If they discovered Sulen's strength and ran away, it would not be easy to catch them. Sulen's body flashed. In the next second, he appeared near an old guy wearing a tattered robe. Lightning shrouded him. The storm battle halberd instantly broke the energy shield on the surface of his body. Perhaps it had triggered an accident, but the old guy's body flashed continuously. However, as soon as the light appeared, it dissipated. Su Lun immediately cast an anti-magic spell. These guys who had not yet reached the legendary realm could not cast any spells at all. With a flash of lightning, the shabby robe was directly shattered into countless pieces, and the withered and ugly head was directly cut off. Then, 2 flashes of light rose, and a purple soul crystal quickly appeared in his hand. Chapter 521. Phew! They've all been dealt with. Not bad. On the wasteland, Sulen put the soul crystals he just obtained into his storage space. A human lay at his feet, but this human now had a lot of demonic characteristics. This was a human who had been assimilated by the power of the abyss. Normally, he looked no different from a normal human, and he would only turn into a demon when he attacked. This person, who had committed all kinds of crimes in the prime material plane and ended up in the abyss, had finally bumped into the muzzle of a gun and been cleanly disposed of by Surin. It's really easy to do business in the bottomless abyss. I've earned more than a dozen high-grade soul crystals in just a short while. Sulen chuckled. Sulen looked at the half-demon on the ground, resting his chin on one arm as he calculated, "By the way, I don't know where this guy is. How much is the reward? Should I bring his head back to claim the bounty?" In the end, he still chopped off the guy's head and dealt with it with a spell. However, Sulen didn't store the head in his storage space. Although things in the space were automatically isolated, there were still some psychological effects. Therefore, he used a spell to open up a dimensional space to store the head. You're really lucky to be able to get a single room after death. I'm too merciful. Sulen shook his head and casually threw the head in. This time, Sulen had obtained a total of 13 high-grade soul crystals from fishing. Of course, this was probably the only time he'd made such a huge profit. The deaths of more than a dozen high-grade demons would still attract some attention, not to mention that these demons had followed Sulen out. Although Sulen had killed all the demons, they'd be cautious if he went fishing again. It would probably be difficult to fish again. Maybe I can use another method? Sulen thought. In addition to the soul crystals, Sulen had also obtained a lot of materials from the deaths of the dozen or so high demons. Although the craftsmanship of the high demon's weapons was average, the materials were still pretty good. Most of them were abyssal magic iron, and some were even mixed with abyssal fire copper. He could still sell them for some money. Moreover, he still had a dozen high-grade soul crystals, which was quite a fortune in the bottomless abyss. Soon, Su Lin came up with another plan and began to prepare. First, he reforged these weapons and repaired the damaged ones. The reforged weapons looked much better than before. With a flash of light, Sullen's human form turned into a tall, thin, and ugly evil spirit. He made a mask out of abyssal fiendish iron and put it on. Then he concealed his aura and walked toward Desolate Town again. When he came to Desolate Town again, Su Lin was already very familiar with this place. Moreover, this time, he had changed into an evil demon disguise. The people who paid attention to him instantly decreased by more than half. Those demons just glanced at him and moved away, unlike the first time when they wanted to eat him. Obviously, Desolate Town was quite friendly to him this time. Su Lin did not stop. He went all the way to the slaughterhouse market. At this time, it was still very lively. Su Lin found the manager and rented a stall. Then, he took out the weapons and sold them. There were good and bad demon craftsmanship. Sullen's weapons were better than the average. Soon, demons came to inquire about the price. These things were not very expensive in the abyss. Su Lin sold 2 scimitars and a beheading sword and received 10 mid-grade soul crystals. After taking out 2 soul crystals to pay the tax, Su Lin got up and left the slaughterhouse. This time, he was going to change the location of his fishing. As the city of demons, Desolate Town also had bars. The Horn of Plague was the largest bar in Desolate Town. It was said that this bar was opened by Red Shroud. As for whether it was true or not, Su Lin did not know. However, no one dared to cause trouble in this bar. The corpses of those who dared to do so were already hung on the display wall outside the bar. As soon as Su Lin entered the bar, he felt like a group of demons were dancing wildly. He saw all kinds of demons and travelers from the independent material plane. However, no matter if it was demons, devils, evil spirits, gray dwarves, orcs, or humans, they all behaved very politely. There was no drunken madness. The waitresses in the bar were all succubi. These succubi were dressed in revealing clothes. The pieces of cloth on their bodies were not even the size of a palm. They were also covered with a layer of gauze, which was very tempting. However, the strange thing was that no demons touched these succubi. There were also no guys who were fishing in troubled waters. Su Lin raised his vigilance. According to the nature of these demons, the ones who could make them behave were definitely not simple. A cup of raging dragon blood, Su Lin came to the bar and said to the succubi inside, "Sheng Hui, 1 mid-tier soul crystal." The succubus winked at Su Lin, with her arms propped on the bar and her body slightly leaning forward. Her white breasts swayed slightly, which made Su Lin's mouth dry and tongue dry. He couldn't help but lower his body to salute. Su Lin looked away in a panic. He took out a leather bag from his chest in a hurry and opened it. He seemed to be a little nervous. He tore the bag a little and it fell on the table with a clang. The purple glossy surface flashed under the light. It was a high-tier soul crystal. There were more than a dozen high-tier soul crystals shining with a purple brilliance in his bag. The originally noisy bar instantly quieted down. No matter if they were demons, humans, evil spirits, or devils, they all looked greedily at the bag in Sullen's hand. Su Lin seemed to have just reacted. He hurriedly put away all the soul crystals and put them back into his chest. Su Lin took out a mid-tier soul crystal and handed it to the succubi. He then looked around as if nothing had happened. The bar became noisy again. However, the situation inside was a little different from before. Many demons, evil spirits, devils, and travelers from the origin material plane couldn't help but glance at Su Lin. Obviously, the dozen or so high-grade soul crystals just now had completely attracted the attention of these guys, and their attention was completely focused on Su Lin. Many demons were already estimating Sullen's strength. They wondered if they could kill him in the wild and take the soul crystals for themselves. In the corner of the bar, The eyes of some assassin demons shrouded in shadows flashed. It was clear that they were also tempted. These assassins among demons loved to hide in the shadows and launch sneak attacks. They were thin and weak, but their attacks were very strong. They were very good at hiding themselves. Even high-tier demons could be killed by them if they weren't careful. There was a clear distinction between these demons. It was clear that the surrounding demons didn't want to get close to them. Su Lin clearly felt the eyes from around him. He purposely acted like he was sitting on pins and needles. The devils around him were also secretly discussing something. These devils who were good at scheming and plotting were also tempted. Although they had a lot of high-tier soul crystals, no one would complain about having too much money. However, they were cautious by nature and hadn't made a decision yet. Your raging dragon blood. The succubi placed a flaming cup of scarlet wine in front of Su Lin. Her curvaceous body turned slightly, and she sat directly in Sullen's arms. Her other hand directly touched Sullen's vital part. Do you want this big sister to help you relax? It's free. The succubus's bouncy buttocks were pressed against Su Lin's thighs today. Her original salute was suppressed. The succubus smiled slightly and deliberately moved her buttocks against his thighs. Her buttocks just happened to hit that gap. Cough cough. I don't need it for now. Su Lin reluctantly rejected the succubi's good intentions. Sigh, he could only sacrifice it for the sake of fishing. Disappointing. After being pushed away by Su Lin, the succubi was clearly unhappy. However, she didn't continue to pester him and left reluctantly. Su Lin picked up the wine cup. This cup of dragon blood looked like burning magma. The temperature was very high, and the color of the wine was blood red. In addition to the rich wine fragrance, there was a faint smell of blood. After taking a light sniff of the wine, Su Lin raised his head and drank the wine. A burning sensation came from his mouth. Su Lin swallowed the wine. The strong wine that could ignite a normal person directly entered his body. The flaming wine churned. Sullen's entire body felt like it was burning. After a while, the feeling disappeared. A comfortable feeling spread from inside to outside. Comfortable, transparent. Seeing Su Lin drink the wine, many demons around looked away. The raging dragon blood was a relatively dangerous wine in the tavern. Only high-level demons could taste it. Otherwise, they would be burned to death if they weren't careful. Not everyone could enjoy wine in the abyss. The wine here was completely poisonous to normal people. One cup could burn them to death. The cup of raging dragon blood that Su Lin just drank was not wine at all. It was liquid fire elemental power. Then, some abyssal demon dragon blood and wine were added. It was blended with a special method. Even if normal people weren't burned to death, they would be corroded into a pool of blood. Not only did the abyssal demon dragon blood have the power of fire, but it was also highly toxic. Even mid-level demons would be poisoned to death. After Su Lin drank the wine and put down the cup, he glanced around the bar as if nothing had happened. When he saw that everyone seemed to be paying attention to him, Su Lin got up and left the bar. Just after Su Lin left, the demons beside him couldn't help but get up and leave. As these demons left, the other demons and evil gods couldn't help but get up and leave the bar. They all went to stay with Su Lin. The demons were getting anxious. They stood up and prepared to leave, but as soon as they stood up, the leader of the demons pulled them back, shook his head slightly, and sat down. Then he said to the confused demons, "Sit down, we won't participate." Chapter 522. In the dim yellow sky, an evil sun shone on the earth. The evil sun was constantly radiating the evil and chaotic power of the abyss. The streets of Desolate Town were filled with a strong smell of sulfur, mixed with a faint smell of blood. Although killing was forbidden in Desolate Town, it was only on the surface. As long as one was not discovered, the guards would not interfere. Therefore, it was not as safe as one imagined. Su Lin walked on the street expressionlessly. He knew that there were many eyes behind him. Without stopping in the town, Su Lin hurriedly walked out of the town. As soon as he left the town, he immediately sped up and ran towards the wilderness. Before he started fishing, Su Lin had found a suitable place nearby. Now, he was going to lure the demons and demons there. Seeing Su Len fleeing, the demons and demons behind him were not anxious at all. Instead, they vigilantly looked at the demons and demons who had the same idea as them. In their opinion, Su Len was a fat sheep on the chopping board. They could eat him however they wanted. The only problem was that many demons had their eyes on this fat sheep. A dozen high-grade soul crystals were enough to tempt these high-grade demons. Demons and demons could absorb soul power to enhance their strength. A dozen high-grade soul crystals could even make a high-grade demon evolve into a legendary demon. These demons could not resist this temptation at all. About half an hour later, Su Len stopped at a call, and then quietly waited for the fish he had caught. "They're here." Sullen's eyes flashed. Then, he suddenly pointed to a place not far away. Anti-magic field. A strange power descended from the sky and instantly shrouded the surrounding area. At this moment, the area seemed to have been sealed. All demons, and humans seemed to have been isolated from the abyssal plane at this moment. The original spell-like abilities had all lost their effect. At this moment, no matter how stupid these demons were, they knew that the guy they had treated as a fat sheep was actually a peerless beast. 17. Seems like we have a good harvest this time. Sullen's voice sounded in the ears of these demons. Upon hearing Sullen's voice, the expressions of the demons changed drastically. Without thinking, they turned around and tried to escape. However, as soon as they moved, more than a dozen lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck them instantly. The powerful power of lightning instantly paralyzed the bodies of these demons. Immediately after, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, instantly enveloping all the demons. With Sullen's current strength, these demons that had yet to reach the legendary level wouldn't be able to last long against the lightning that he summoned. "There's a little mouse here." Su Len raised his hand and threw a bolt of lightning at a thorny bush on the side. Lightning flashed, and the space was instantly torn apart by the lightning. A tall figure jumped out in a sorry state, and the lightning whip instantly trapped the figure. This was a high-level succubus. She had tried to escape by hiding in the dimensional space, but Su Len had torn the space apart and caught her. Stop. I didn't mean to offend you." "My master is Red Shroud," the succubus shouted the moment she was caught by Su Len. She was afraid that she would end up like those demons earlier if she was a second late. The opponent was unexpectedly powerful. She didn't have any room to resist and was restrained in an instant. Su Len stopped what he was doing, and the dazzling lightning in his hand gradually dispersed. Seeing this, the succubus heaved a sigh of relief. She was almost scared to death just now. "Your master is Red Shroud?" Su Len waved his hand, and the succubus that was bound by the lightning whip flew to him. "Yes, my master is Red Shroud." After hearing Sullen's question, the succubus nodded and said, "Why are you following me?" Su Len asked directly. He didn't intend to kill this succubus. If he did, it was likely that the ruler of the broken region, Red Shroud, would be attracted. Red Shroud was the lord of the Rift Plane. She could obtain a plane bonus here and was a powerful demon lord. There were rumors that Red Shroud was the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. There were also rumors that Red Shroud was an incarnation of Mechanut. However, no matter which one it would be very difficult to deal with. Red Shroud had ruled this layer of the abyss for thousands of years. She hadn't been overthrown until now, so one could imagine how powerful she was. Su Len didn't want to offend her so easily, not to mention her relationship with Mechanut. There were two most dangerous women in the bottomless abyss. One of them was the Spider Queen, Lolth, and the other was this succubus queen who had lovers all over the universe. Who knew when she would be in the mood to ask her lover for help? The Rift Plane was the core battlefield of the Abyss Blood War. Many demon lords left their flags here. The succubus queen was not an easy person to deal with. "I just followed to take a look," the succubus said embarrassedly. "Really just to take a look?" Su Len looked at the succubus and said with a faint smile, "It's true. Her Excellency Red Shroud asked us to pay attention to the powerhouses who came to the abyss to collect information. There were more than a dozen higher demons in the tavern moving together, which naturally attracted our attention. This is just a routine check. We don't mean to target you. Seeing Sullen's expression, the succubus quickly said, "Well, I'll believe you for now. But you may have to stay here for a while." Su Len smiled gently, and then lightning flashed. "Thunder prison." Lightning instantly fell and completely wrapped the succubus in front of him. The endless power of thunder and lightning entangled with each other and directly formed a cage completely woven with the power of thunder and lightning. "Well, as long as you stay in the thunder prison, I'll guarantee your safety. If you don't..." Su Len smiled slightly, grabbed a weapon made of abyss magic iron, and then threw it on the thunder prison. The dazzling lightning instantly exploded, and the weapon made of abyss magic iron melted into drops of molten iron. "Don't touch the lightning. Otherwise, you'll end up like these things." Su Len smiled gently, and then pointed at the charred demons not far away. The succubus only felt a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. Sullen's smile made her feel that it was the most terrifying thing. She subconsciously nodded, and did not dare to have the slightest intention of refusing. "Very good. It seems that we have reached a consensus." Su Len nodded and then said with a smile, "Don't worry. This thunder prison can only exist for a day. After the time is up, it will automatically disappear. Of course, if you feel that you're strong enough, you can also try to leave from inside." The succubus's beautiful head shook like a rattledrum, and repeatedly promised that she would not leave until the thunder prison completely disappeared. After locking up the succubus, Su Len continued to deal with the dozen or so demons and evil spirits. After the electrotherapy just now, the severely mentally ill patients had all been cured. Next, Su Len began to collect the rewards. Rays of light flashed, and the souls of these demons were sealed in magic gems by Su Len. Looking at the dozen or so high-grade soul crystals in his hand, this fishing operation was successfully completed. After cleaning up everything on the battlefield, Su Len began a new round of fishing operation. After changing into another alias, Su Len changed to another place this time. This was not the only trading market and bar in the Broken Zone. Soon, Su Len came online again. After changing to another market, Su Len again accidentally leaked a large number of soul crystals. Then he left the trading market in a panic and hurriedly left the town. After that, there was no after. In a remote wasteland, Su Len once again harvested a dozen or so high-grade soul crystals. After changing into another alias, Su Len repeated the previous routine. At this time, Su Len had to rejoice. The chaotic, evil, and selfish nature of the abyss demons was really too good. With such a simple fishing technique, those demons would easily take the bait without the slightest doubt. Those demons, for example, were not so easy to bait. After fishing a few times, Su Len still did not catch a single demon. Although the process of harvesting the demon's wool was very smooth, he could not harvest only one demon's wool. If there were too many of them, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Even the demons, who were naturally chaotic and evil, were not fools. Therefore, after completing 5 fishing attempts, Su Len left the Broken Zone and went to other places in the 10,000 Abyss Plain. After these few fishing attempts, Su Len also obtained a lot of information about the Abyss, such as the Abyss Blood War. The demon lords of the Bottomless Abyss all had their demon legions join the Abyss Blood War. The Abyss Blood War was not only a battle between demons and demons, but also between demons and demons sometimes. Thousands of demons and demons fought in the vast abyss. When exactly did the Abyss Blood War start? No one could say for sure now. The Abyss Blood War had already broken out in the years before civilization was recorded. At first, the opponents of the Abyss Blood War were not demons, but the ancient gods of order. However, this battle lasted for too long. The number of demons seemed to be endless, and even the ancient gods of order were tired of it. Later, the ancient gods of order created a kind of intelligent life, which were warriors and servants with wings. The ancient gods of order gave them divine spells, and these glorious creatures were called angels. In the following time, these angels replaced the ancient gods of order to fight the endless demon legions. Among all the angels, Asmodeus was the bravest and most beautiful angel. She was also the archangel of all the angels. She killed more demons than the other angels, and even the gods were not as many as she killed. But after endless years as the angels on the front line, they were also infected with some of the enemy's characteristics. Chapter 523. After fighting with the demons for a long time, these angels began to be infected with some of the characteristics of the demons. Their beautiful appearance began to become ugly, and their strength became more powerful. The gods of order and other angels were also afraid of them. In the end, under the request of the residents of heaven, the gods of order expelled Asmodeus, and Asmodeus was asked to be judged in front of the god of valor. Asmodeus gladly accepted the accusation, and then he found provisions from the Book of Order that were helpful to him, and he used these provisions to defend himself. In the end, he succeeded in getting what he wanted with his own cleverness, and the gods of order could only accept it. From then on, this former archangel, the bravest warrior of the gods of order, became the master of the 9 hells of Bator, the archdevil. Of course, as a condition, the demons led by Asmodeus had to stop the demons. This was also the origin of the Abyss Blood War. Every day, there were countless demons fighting on the battlefield of the Abyss Blood War. Countless demons died every moment, and there would be countless lesser demons and dretches born under the laws of the plane to continue fighting. The Abyss Blood War had even become a rule. In the Abyss Blood War, killing the enemy could absorb the enemy's power. For those who wanted to level up or those who wanted to rely on the Abyss Blood War to become stronger, this was the fastest place to become stronger. A low-level dretch could directly advance into a Hezru after a blood war. If he could survive a few blood wars, he could even advance into a 6-armed Marillion, Assassin, Baylor, and other high-grade demons. There were even rumors that there were gods who fell in the Abyss Blood War, but what was frightening was that the gods who died in the Abyss Blood War could no longer be resurrected. So basically, all the gods chose to withdraw from the Abyss Blood War, and at most, they would only send some believers to participate. This strange rule made many powerful beings cautious. Even the demon lords and the archdevils of hell rarely took the risk to go into battle. The Abyss Blood War was the place with the most high-grade demons and high-grade devils, but Su-Len did not even have the slightest idea of getting close to the Abyss Blood War. Although his strength was not bad, he was still far from the gods. Even the gods could fall, so he did not feel that he was stronger than those gods. Of course, after the bloody battle, a large number of high-ranked demons were born, and even legendary demons were born. This place became a training ground for abyssal lords and archdevils. Su-Len didn't care about the bloody battle in the abyss. After collecting information, he went to other towns and used the same fishing method to obtain a large number of soul crystals. However, it was a pity that this fishing operation did not catch any legendary demons. After staying in the abyss for some time, Su-Luen discovered that the legendary demons and demon lords of the abyss were completely different from ordinary chaotic, evil, and brainless demons. They were deceitful and treacherous, not in the least bit inferior to devils. Those simple-minded demon lords had already been killed by all kinds of schemes and machinations. Of course, the only exceptions were the powerful existences who could ignore schemes and machinations, such as demon princes. None of the surviving demons were simple. Finally, after another fishing operation, Su-Len had accumulated about 500 high-grade soul crystals in his hands. After this period of fishing, even the chaotic demons finally realized that there was not much left to do. Next, Su-Len went fishing again, but the profits were obviously much lower. He knew that this fishing operation was about to end. After leaving his coordinates in the abyss, Su-Len activated the teleportation coordinates that Hathaway had left for him. A teleportation light soared into the sky, and in the next second, Sullen's figure disappeared from the bottomless abyss. Northern Wilderness, North Town City, North Wind Tower, Astrology Platform. A beam of light descended from the sky, and Sullen's figure appeared on the astrology platform. Phew, I'm finally back. Su-Len let out a long sigh of relief. Welcome back. Hathaway, who had hurried over, said with a smile, "Looking at you, you must have had a good harvest. I've asked someone to prepare food, and it will be sent over soon. Also, do you want to take a bath and rest first?" Su Lin looked at his body. Although there was no dust on him, the thick sulfuric smell unique to the abyss was unpleasant. He nodded and said, "I'll go take a bath first. Prepare the food, I'll be back soon." With that, he teleported away and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he reappeared, he had changed into a neat linen bathrobe and was preparing a feast meticulously prepared by the halfling human chef, Frodo. "I haven't eaten this food for a few days. I'm really craving it." Su Lin came to the table and quickly picked up food with his chopsticks. During this time in the abyss, he had only eaten some dry rations. There was very little food in the abyss, and how could you expect a demon to have good cooking skills? There were also those strange ingredients. Su Lin had no appetite at all. Once, he saw their top-notch delicacies in a tavern in a town. A pot of soup cooked with eyeballs made Sullen's scalp tingle, but those demons ate very happily. Since then, Su Lin had a psychological shadow of the so-called abyss delicacies. This thing was really not something that ordinary people could enjoy. After enjoying a sumptuous feast, Su Lin drank a cup of green tea with a relaxed expression. This time, we have obtained a total of more than 500 high-grade soul crystals, which is enough for the time being. I think we can try to build the steel golem production line. More than 500 high-grade soul crystals. As expected of the abyss, the souls are really rich. Hathaway was surprised by Sullen's harvest this time. With so many soul crystals, we can indeed use them for a long time. The steel golem production line indeed needs to be built. Hathaway nodded and said, "The golem factory was a large-scale project. In fact, all kinds of golems were produced independently by different production lines in the golem factory. Very few golems could share a set of production lines. Clay golems were molded into a ceramic-like substance, rock golems were carved, and steel golems were forged from various metals, so they required different production processes. However, they also had something in common, and that was the inscription of magic patterns. All golems needed to be inscribed with mageweths. However, the techniques used to inscribe mageweths differed from one golem to another. After all, clay, rock, and steel were made of different materials, so the carving knives and materials needed to inscribe mageweths were also different. The Magic Pattern Inscription Workshop now only had one magic pattern inscription equipment, which could inscribe 6 golem parts at a time. Su Lin did not intend to continue producing magic pattern inscription equipment for the time being. The production of one magic pattern inscription equipment required a legendary soul crystal, and the legendary soul crystal in his hand was prepared for the diamond golems. Su Lin intended to make 2 diamond golems, and with the addition of more than 500 steel golems, as well as more obsidian and rock golems, he could form a powerful golem army. With such a large golem army, even dealing with a demon army would not be a problem. After all, magic constructs like magic golems had far too many advantages. They were immune to diseases, lethargy, aging, mental attacks, poison, paralysis, instant death, intimidation, heavy blows, crippling, bruising, attribute absorption, and energy absorption. They also had dark vision, didn't need to eat, drink, or breathe, and could work 24/7. Compared to them, the demons couldn't use many of their methods. Abilities such as evil aura, blasphemous words, and stinking cloud were directly useless. Compared with the chaotic command of the demons, the golem army would strictly follow orders. That was why the Arcane Kingdom could rely on the golem army and the floating space city to conquer the multiverse. Not long ago, Su Lin learned in the Abyss Blood War that compared with the demon army, the number of the devil army was usually only 1/10 of the demon army. However, when the gap was 10 times larger, the devil army would basically win the final victory. One of the reasons was discipline. The devil army had very strict discipline, which was completely incomparable to the scattered demon army. Compared with the golem army, even the devil army could only admit defeat. Su Lin now had a clay golem production line. Later, after building the obsidian factory, He built the rock golem production line. However, the scale of the rock golem production line was not large, and many places needed manpower to make them. As for the steel golem production line, a large amount of steel was needed as raw materials. The steel workshop in northern town needed to be transformed, and then it would provide materials for the steel golem production line. Some simple parts could even be cast in the steel workshop, while those difficult parts needed to be forged mechanically. Although the steel golem had steel in its name, the material used was not ordinary steel, but magic steel. This metal required the addition of some other materials during the smelting process. It was a special alloy. High-quality magic steel was hard and tough, resistant to corrosion, abrasion, high temperature, and had good plasticity. At the same time, it also had good magical properties. It was very good to use this material to make steel golems, and after engraving various magic patterns, the physical and magical defense of the steel golems would be raised to a very high level. The next steel golem production line would need a lot of clay golems to act as workers to operate it. It wasn't that Su Lin didn't want to only do a fully automated production line. The main reason was that he didn't have many legendary soul crystals. The fully automated production line needed soul crystals to make the tower spirit to control it. The cost of only making a set of steel golem production line was very high. The initial estimate was at the level of 1 million kinnar. In the future, the production of steel golems would also require a lot of money. This was a big money burner. The cost of a steel golem, excluding the soul core, was 70,000 to 80,000 kinnar. The golem army of the floating space city was completely piled up with countless kinnar. One couldn't afford it without money. Chapter 524. Some people said that arcanists were just throwing money at others, and it did make some sense. Whether it was the floating city or the golem army, they were all built with money. A steel golem cost 80,000 kinnar, and a diamond golem cost more than 1 million. According to the standard of the golem army, each of the 500 steel golems cost 80,000 gold coins, which would add up to 40 million gold coins. 2 steel golems would cost around 2 million to 3 million gold coins. The remaining 1,500 stone golems cost around 30,000 gold coins each, which would add up to a total of 45 million gold coins. In total, the entire golem army would cost an astonishing 100 million gold coins. The Florentine kingdom's annual revenue was barely 8 million gold nars. It would take the Florentine kingdom 13 years of tax revenue to barely reach 100 million gold nars. Among these, high-grade and legendary-grade soul crystals were things that couldn't be bought with money. The materials needed to build a floating city cost at least 100 billion kinnar. It could be said that if it weren't for the minerals found in Sullen's territory and the rich resources of the underground world, he wouldn't even be able to build a wizard tower, let alone a golem army. Although the golem production line cost a lot, most of the materials were produced in the northern city, so it didn't really cost that much. Similarly, the materials used to build the golem army were basically provided by the northern city. The obsidian golem's main materials were provided by the obsidian workshop, which directly reduced the cost of the obsidian golems by half. In addition, most of the other materials could be obtained from the secret realm and the underground world, which ultimately reduced the cost of the obsidian golems by 80%. If it weren't for the various resources in the underground world and the secret realm, Su Lin wouldn't even be able to build the golem army, and even the construction of the wizard tower would have been delayed for a long time. He had to admit that it was a wise choice to build a city in the northern city. Who would have thought that he would find a passage to the underground world here? In addition to these resources, the northern city also built a large number of factories. Originally, there were pottery, brick kilns, wine, sugar factories, and other factories in North City. Now, Su Lin had also opened a porcelain and glass factory. Now, the goods in North City were very popular in several kingdoms around Florence. In addition to these, the perfume and soap factories proposed by Su Lin had also begun to be put into production. Perfume and soap products could be said to be the favorite of those noble ladies and ladies who were even crazy about these daily necessities. These daily necessities weren't cheap at all. They were all consumables. It could be said that northern garrison cities' income had been steadily increasing. After some calculations, northern garrison cities' monthly income had reached 1.2 million knar. The income of Beifong Duchy's 3 cities was higher than that of the entire Kingdom of Florence. If not for the fact that Su Lin had become the king of the Kingdom of Florence and his own strength, he would not have been able to defeat Su Lin. The nobles and kings would never let go of such a lucrative opportunity. But even so, the caravan in the northern garrison city continued to expand. Putting everything else aside, just the caravan guards already numbered in the thousands. Su Lin first went to the secret realm to see the crystal beasts. At present, the crystal beasts had multiplied to more than 200. Every month, they would provide a batch of high-quality magical crystals to North City. Some of these magical crystals were used to repair the secret realm, and some were used to build the wizard tower. In the future, these magical crystals would also be used to build the floating space city. The mining area in the underground world was still the same. All kinds of mines were being mined in an orderly manner. Among them, the iron ore output was the highest. There were also copper, zinc, lead, silver, tungsten, gold, and so on. The mining of mithril was still very slow. There were only about 20 pounds of mithril in the warehouse, 25 pounds of adamantine, and 20 pounds of orichalcum. These precious metals were far from enough to build the floating space city, but they were barely enough to build the floating space tower. In addition, there were 130 pounds of various magic gems. Among them, there were about 30 pounds of high-quality magic gems. These magic gems could be used as materials for magic experiments, and could also be used to make magic equipment. Su Lin even considered equipping the students of Northwind Academy with some magic equipment in the future. There were also many miscellaneous things that Su Lin handed over to others to take care of. As a king and a wizard, he did not have the time and energy to pay attention to these trivial matters. After dealing with the matters here, Su Lin and Hathaway set off for the obsidian factory together. He went there this time, on the one hand, to transport the obsidian back. On the other hand, he needed to start a large-scale construction of the iron golem production line. The iron golem production line consumed a lot of energy. He had to find a way to build an energy transmission pipeline. The clay golem production line could be used in this way. When the iron golem production line was built in the future, an independent elemental pool would have to be built in the iron golem production line to provide energy. Tower Spirit Number 1. Show me the design of the iron golem production line that I drew last time. Hathaway looked at the iron golem production line and the obsidian factory in front of her, then frowned slightly. I always feel that these places that were designed and built last time are not beautiful enough, and the planning is a bit messy. I think this iron golem production line can be adjusted again. Tower Spirit, list out all the problems that have occurred in the production line during this period. Soon, the factory Tower Spirit showed all the problems that had occurred in the production line and the obsidian factory during this period of time. Soon, a lot of text and images appeared on the display screen. Hathaway began to solve these problems one by one, and at the same time, upgrade the production line. Everything in the obsidian factory was normal. This area was directly isolated by Su Lin, and no one was allowed to enter. In the deepest part of the volcano, in the huge magma pool, 2 large lava elementals were still working hard. They were like fish in water in this magma environment. The Tower Spirit scanned the obsidian factory with its aura. All the clay golems were operating normally, and the obsidian produced was regularly placed in the warehouse. The upgrade plan of the Wizard Tower had not stopped. Hathaway was ready to upgrade the Wizard Tower into a floating space tower, but there was still a shortage of materials, and obsidian was one of the materials that she lacked the most. Hathaway wanted to use obsidian to cover the entire foundation. Because obsidian itself had the ability to conduct magic, simple runes could become a carrier of magic power, and at the same time, its hardness was very high. This was an important energy channel for the construction of the Enigma in the floating space tower in the future. The construction of the Enigma could enhance the defensive power of the Northern Citadel and the Wizard Tower, and at the same time, It could greatly reduce the difficulty of casting spells, so that the wizard apprentices in the floating space tower could also rely on the Enigma to obtain simple casting abilities. If the Enigma could continue to be upgraded into an artificial magic net, then it would be more useful, and even ordinary people could cast spells. According to different talents, ordinary people could cast a lot of zero-level tricks. If they were slightly more talented, then they could also learn some low-level spells. Of course, this ability was only useful within the coverage of the artificial magic net of the floating space city. If they were out of the coverage of the artificial magic net, then ordinary people who obtain the ability to cast spells would be instantly beaten back to their original state. After checking the design drawings of the factory, Hathaway began to upgrade and transform the place, because this upgrade and transformation required a lot of adjustments. Fortunately, the factory tower spirit was there to assist, or the two of them would have taken a long time to complete the work. After the adjustments, the production efficiency of the golem production line had obviously improved, and all kinds of small problems were basically solved. However, after the upgrade and transformation, the golem puppets on the production line also needed to be reinstilled with work skills. Next, Hathaway first sorted out the operation technology of the upgraded golem production line, and then transmitted it to the tower spirit so that it could master the various technology of the upgraded golem factory. As a light rose from Hathaway's body, a strong soul power gushed out from her body, and then instantly connected to the tower spirit. The faintly discernible balls of light entered the tower spirit, and after a while, these spiritual lights disappeared. Tower spirit. Optimize and upgrade the production technology of these clay golems. Yes, master. Following Hathaway's order, the tower genie slowly raised a ball of aura. This ball of aura absorbed a large amount of energy. Soon, this ball of aura shot out a beam of aura and landed on the clay golems. The tower genie was the terminal auxiliary tower genie of the golem factory. It could directly add new functions to the golems, but doing so consumed energy. Under normal circumstances, Hathaway would not waste energy on this. Start loading program. Loading progress, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Loading complete. Activating the craftsmanship related to the golem factory. The factory tower spirit's loading ability was limited, and the soul core of these clay golems was also limited, so it could not add too many craftsmanship skills. Therefore, these clay golems were only loaded with 1 or 2 craftsmanship skills, such as carving, smelting, forging, and so on related to the production of golem puppets. At most, it could only load up to expert-level craftsmanship skills, and it was basically impossible to load up to master-level craftsmanship skills. Of course, Sulen would not be so extravagant to add such high-level craftsmanship skills to these clay golems. Basically, high-level craftsmanship was enough, because the higher the level of craftsmanship, the more energy it would consume, and it would require higher quality soul crystals as the core. This was the same as loading work programs on robots. The higher the level, the greater the amount of data needed. At the same time, there was also a greater demand in terms of hardware. You could not only ask an artificial intelligence like AlphaGo to use a Pentium 256 CPU. Chapter 525. The soul core of an ordinary clay golem was made of low-level soul crystals. If the legendary tower genie was compared to a quantum supercomputer, then the soul crystal of this clay golem was at most the CPU of a Pentium 512. The difference could be said to be like heaven and earth. In fact, the difference was even greater. After upgrading the production line and the obsidian workshop, Su Len and Hathaway began to expand the factory. The 2 production lines originally took up more than 1,000 square meters of space. This time, the steel golem production line needed even more space. The production of the steel golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first was the construction of the limbs. This step could be done separately. The raw materials needed for the steel golem were made in the steel factory. Some of the parts were directly cast, so this part could be completed by skilled craftsmen. After the casting, the various parts would be polished. In addition to these cast parts, there were also some parts that needed to be forged. After these parts were completed, they had to be sent to the next workshop for Mageweth engraving. The second part was the Mageweth engraving. This part was very critical, and there could not be the slightest deviation. Otherwise, it would cause the entire golem to not operate smoothly, stop working, and so on. The third part was the assembly of the body structure. This step was like piecing together toy models to assemble the complete structure of the golem. The fourth part was the activation of the spell. This part could not be automated at the moment, so Hathaway had to do it herself. Because there was already an automatic inscription machine for Mageweth engraving, the main work of the steel golem production line was the first two parts. A steel golem required about 10 tons of steel. This steel was called black magic steel, and it was the steel used for steel golems. There was basically no problem with this. With the construction of the steel factory in Northtown, there were now 4 50-ton furnaces in Northtown. With full production, they could completely meet the needs of the steel golem production line. Black magic steel was ordinary steel with some other metals and enchanted materials added to it. Finally, it was smelted into a special alloy. The main craftsmanship to make a steel golem was pouring and forging. These required the craftsman to polish the parts. The Mageweth engraving part could be done by the automatic Mageweth engraving machine controlled by the Tower Genie. Mechanical constructs mainly used forging equipment, quenching equipment, and assembly equipment. Hathaway could easily take care of these. In the end, the completed steel golem would be stored in the warehouse, and there would be no soul crystals installed as its core. The soul core of the steel golem was made from high-grade soul crystals. This kind of soul core required Hathaway and Su-Len to personally make it. Of course, Alex and Karina couldn't escape from this task as well. They couldn't make legendary-grade soul cores. Only Hathaway could. Although making a soul core of this level was difficult for the few of them, it was still manageable. If he wanted to activate the steel golem, he would need to put in a soul core and then cast a spell to activate the life of the construct. This step would have to wait until the golem factory had accumulated a certain amount of stock before letting Hathaway complete it in one go. Although all of this sounded simple, it was very difficult to actually do it. After all, if this wasn't a magical world with extraordinary powers, it would take months or even years to complete a production line with just 2 people. The two went back and forth between the Wizard Tower and the Obsidian Factory almost every day. It took him nearly a few days just to lay the energy transmission pipes. During this time, 80 to 90% of the magic crystals stored in the Obsidian Factory had been consumed. The clay golems that were loaded with the new technology underwent a second modification after a short period of adaptation. After the previous modification, many of the clay golems still had some minor problems in their work. This time, it was to make some adjustments to these clay golems. After the adjustments, the clay golems produced basically had no other problems, and the operation of the assembly line was smoother. The entire golem factory was operated in the manner of an assembly line. The head, torso, and limbs were all made separately. These clay golems loaded with crafting skills were each responsible for a part. Out of almost 100 finished products, 97 could be used. Finally, Hathaway was responsible for the acceptance and monitoring of a clay golem specially made. Hathaway even used a high-grade soul crystal to give it more powerful computing power and intelligence. With higher intelligence, this clay golem could determine whether the golem body parts produced were qualified, then complete the assembly process and put them in the warehouse. Preliminary statistics. With sufficient raw materials, the steel golem production line could produce 1 unactivated golem puppet every day if it operated at full capacity. If she wanted to further increase the production capacity, Hathaway would have to recruit wizard apprentices or load new auxiliary golems. If 1 clay golem a day, 30 can be produced in a month. Now, 500 high-grade soul crystals can be used for about a year and a half. It can be used for a while. Su-Len said after some calculations. After testing the golem production line, Hathaway nodded and said, "In terms of materials, we can let Alex and Karina take turns to replenish. The completed steel golems can be activated once a month." There are also legendary soul crystals. How troublesome. Hathaway shook her head and said, "It's very difficult to get soul crystals in the material plane. It seems that we'll have to go to the abyss every once in a while." Sulen said after thinking for a while. "Let's not worry about that for now. We need to test the normal operation of the factory first." With Sulen's order, the entire steel golem production line began to operate. The clay golems operated normally, and the entire assembly line ran smoothly. After seeing that the steel golem production line was running well, Sulen and Hathaway were relieved. Looking at the steel golem production line running normally, Sulen and Hathaway looked at each other and smiled. "It seems that we've succeeded this time. The next thing we need to prepare are the diamond golems." Some time ago, the arcane crystal was successfully refined, and the method of making the diamond golems is almost done. "It's just right for us to try it out," Hathaway said with a smile. "Be careful. Try a few more times. It doesn't matter even if you fail. We don't have any enemies that are a big threat to us now. There's no hurry." Sulen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't mess around." Hathaway said, Chapter 526. When Hathaway went to make the diamond golems, Sulen couldn't help. Besides, he had other things to do now. After adding a steel golem production line, the golem factory in front of him was basically completed. However, there was a problem that had to be solved. Insufficient energy. There was only one energy source in the entire arcanum, the elemental pool in the center of the arcanum. Originally, the energy of this elemental pool was more than enough to supply the entire arcanum. However, Sulen continued to transform the arcanum, adding crystal beast breeding bases, nature oaks, and now the golem factory. The golem factory had the highest energy consumption. Originally, the energy consumption of a golem factory required an elemental pool. However, Sulen's golem factory only had a simplified version of 2 production lines, so it was barely enough. Now, with the addition of the steel golem production line, the energy consumption was huge, so the arcanum's energy was tight. Sulen was going to build an elemental pool here. He was already familiar with the technology of making elemental pools. Even if there was something he didn't understand, he could ask Hathaway for help. After making the decision, Sulen began to build the elemental pool. According to Hathaway's notes, Sulen began to try to make the elemental pool. The golem factory didn't need a large elemental pool. A medium-sized elemental pool was more than enough. Sulen found a suitable open space in the factory and began to excavate the ground. The elemental pool wasn't big, and the basic materials weren't precious. The pool was made of pure white high-quality marble, and it also needed a large amount of thorium, orichalcum, and other metals to cover it. Finally, runes had to be engraved on the pool, and the runes had to be filled with mithril. Mithril was good at conducting magic. It was resistant to corrosion and oxidation. As long as it wasn't deliberately damaged, it wouldn't be damaged for thousands of years. This was also why many relics left by ancient arcanists could still function after thousands of years. The silver-white carving knife quickly carved on the pool, and beautiful runes appeared on the pool. Soon, when all the runes were engraved, Sulen took out 4 high-quality magic gems and began to sacrifice them to the elemental plane, opening up 4 energy channels connecting the 4 major elemental planes. A powerful magic energy quickly gathered, and then the void was torn apart under Sulen's control. The energy of the 4 major elements slowly poured out of the energy channels, and then turned into light blue elemental water under the transformation of the runic circle. After the elemental water appeared, the concentration of elements in the entire space instantly increased by several levels. As a powerful spatial energy flashed, the 4 elemental channels slowly stabilized, and then these elemental channels began to merge with the 4 runic magic circles of the elemental pool and finally disappeared. The light blue elemental water in the elemental pool was like a trickle, and it began to slowly fill up the entire elemental pool. Tower. Close the golem factory. Understood. Shutting down the golem 2, the assemblies, S. Turning off the clay mixer. Shutting down the clay molding workshop. Shutting down the golem assembly workshop. The rock golem assembly line is shutting down. Shutting down the stone golem carving workshop. Shutting down the rock golem grinding workshop. Shutting down rock golem assembly workshop. The golem 2. As the tower genie's cold mechanical voice continued to ring, the originally brightly lit and mechanically roaring golem factory slowly quieted down. In the end, only some lights were not extinguished. Master, all energy channels have been closed. Very good, now begin to connect to the golem factory's elemental pool. Su Lin directly ordered. Yes, Master. Connecting to the elemental pool. Connection successful. Opening the energy channel. Energy replenishment is in progress. 20%, 25%, 30%, 85%, 90%, 95%, 100% charging complete. Su Lin stared at the elemental pool as he watched the energy constantly pouring out. Restart the golem factory. A large amount of elemental energy began to be consumed, and the golem factory started up again. System self-check. Please wait. Self-check complete. Everything is normal. Start up. The clay golem production line has been successfully started. The stone golem production line has been successfully started. Seeing the two production lines start up again, Su Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was the most important. The golems produced by the stone golem production line and the clay golem production line were not considered strong. The steel golems were the main force of the golem army. Start up the steel golem production line. Su Lin said slowly after the two production lines were running normally. Yes, Master. The steel golem production line has begun self-check. Self-check complete. Starting up. The equipment slowly started up, and the clay golems on the production line also began to officially run. Soon, the steel golem production line that had just been completed officially began to run. After seeing that the production line was running well, Su Lin left the golem factory and let the tower genie number 1 reseal the area. Back in northern town, Su Lin was ready to give himself a vacation and slack off. Then he ran to Frodo's place to steal some food, and then dressed casually to go shopping. Da-da-da. There was a rush of footsteps, and then a servant came in and said, "Your Majesty, I just received news that the expedition team that was sent to explore the east of the wasteland has returned." Hearing the servant's words, Sullen's eyes widened. The expedition team was a project that he personally started after returning from the astral plane. Last time in the astral plane, Su Lin saw the entire world. Other than the continent they were living on, there were several other continents on this planet, and the closest one was the eastern continent, which was across the sea. To the east of the northern wasteland, across the sea was the eastern continent. Su Lin had sent people to explore, and he planned to try to open up a new route. If he could open up a trade route from the northern wasteland to the eastern continent, it would definitely become a new golden waterway. It should be known that the coastal countries in the south, even after being exploited by the Red Dragon Queen, still made a lot of money by relying on the sea trade. If Su Lin opened up a trade route from here, the profits contained in it would greatly accelerate the development of his territory and at the same time earn a lot of money for the construction of the floating city. The floating city cost 100 billion Kinnar to build. Even Su Lin was shocked. To build such a top-level magic crystal in the arcane era, it would require a lot of resources and money. If he did not expand trade and make money as soon as possible, when would he be able to? The expedition team sent by Su Lin followed the simple map provided by him and advanced along the Red Sand River. The Red Sand River stretched all the way to the sea. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.